Welcome to Bunny's Designs. What I thought we'd do today is do something really easy and really quick. So I'm going to be working with my #1 brush. Now I have bought one of these and I will do a comparison because my favourite is the #1 Derwent. And even without looking at it, you can see, I mean mine's quite stained, but it did. Oh, is that the one that doesn't go to a point anymore? Kind of like this one. But I will do a comparison a bit later. I'm hoping to colour all day with one water pot, but the easiest way if you have a set, I'm going to do this off camera because it's going to be messy, I think. Just see if we can nip that one. And as you nip, release it so it grabs the water. The easiest way would be to go to the tap, but so it can be done without making a mess. There's lots of purring going on because we've got the kittens and it's feeding time at the zoo. Oh, I can't feel that, sorry guys. I'll have to do it off camera because it's just too much. So I apologise for the croaky voice. There'll be some colouring. It's got to be easy colouring. Oh, I just can't do this. It's got to be easy colouring. I've got it half full. So you can see what half full is going to do. I would think I could colour all day. Is he allowed in here with the artist here? Okay. So I thought I'd do something really easy today. And I just can't get, I don't know why I can't get chat. It's just been such a pain. So I've got the Derwent Inktense little pack that's about £20. My Derwent #1 water brush. These are about 30 or 40, but if you hunt around you can get them for 20. Sorry, 29, I paid 30 for mine. This one is a full pan set. It's got some really good colours. They're all the colours you really need. This is all dry watercolour pigment, but very good quality. The Neocolor 2s, Derwent watercolour pencils, Derwent Inktense pencils. I've also got the old Neo Art water soluble pastels, and these were pre-Neocolor 2s. And I'll also be working with the new Inktense blocks because they are easy to use. So today is an easy day. So it doesn't matter if you're working on a big space or a small. This is a really easy way to work. You can get some very bright colours, we can get some very pastel colours, and we can get some watercolour effects with this brush. And that's why I love this brush. It's very rare I use the #2 brush, but this #1 from Derwent is perfect for colour books. So I thought I would coloured a few in. We've got some baubles there. I've put dry Inktense pencils, but I want to show you the technique of using different techniques. Now, the easiest way I found is if you're using a very strong pigment, especially the Inktense pencils and these Inktense water and the Inktense blocks, the tiniest amount of colour is going to be really, really strong, and then you can take it to nothing. And again, I like that because you're not wasting any paint, because by the time you've finished, you've got a watercolour effect and you've also no paint left on the end of the brush. So that means that every scrap of paint that you buy goes on the page, and as a tight Yorkshire lass, that's one of my favourites. I'll do a couple of roughs, different techniques before I decide, because sometimes I also do it rough. The easiest thing to do is if you find a page that you really want to do well, the only thing I don't do with this technique normally is backgrounds, because this is ordinary paper. If you're using something thicker like this, you can work on it and build up colour. Extra wet strength watercolour paper. You can, I think it might go through a printer, so you could photocopy something onto extra wet strength and then just use that little bit much more water for the background if you wanted to. I tend not to bother with backgrounds. I like really strong colours, and I think my favourite colour books are ones that don't have a background. I have been known to alter books, and if I'm able to find Joanna's other Christmas book. All the books were moved within 2 hours last night, so they were thrown absolutely everywhere. So if you look at this one is the Joanna book, and it actually looks, I'll start from the beginning of the book, it's a bit easier. So I love these, but I thought, well, actually, I don't do backgrounds, so what am I going to do? So that was the original one. And what I did is, because I can't draw like Joanna, but I want it to match, I traced and put extra baubles on here. So if I do this, you'll be able to see, if I just move that, so you can see they are different. And so that may not work on its own without a background, but that one I've traced the stags from another page. I've traced the baubles, and I've put the hanging ones and extra ones on the antlers as well. So you can do that, and that's there's a couple of my videos called Altered Books, and I did that because I love Joanna's pages, but I didn't want to do backgrounds because this is like an ivory colour. So again, nothing in this garland, and I pinched a robin from another page and reversed it, and I added extra foliage around the bird, so she's kind of really hidden in there. The first one I did, I tried to draw myself, and looks absolutely horrible, really looks bad, so I decided to trace. So I love this one, but we've got spaces here. So I've traced some of these curls, reversed them, and filled the space. And so mine looks like this. And then I put some sparkles on the, if I can just catch the light there. So although I don't do backgrounds, I've managed to fill the page from the original. And it doesn't look too bad, even though there isn't a background. Because I can't use pencils very well. I haven't done anything with this one, I don't think. If I have a look. No, I haven't done anything with this page at all. So maybe what I'll do is I'll show you the technique again of filling the page. So having extra ones dangling down here and they match. And you have to go through the whole book to find Joanna's images. I didn't do anything with the snowman, but there's some, on the back pages, there's some parcels. And all these I've been tracing round to go around here. So the whole bear is going to be surrounded by parcels. I haven't done anything with this one. And that's the stag that I stole for the first. Just trace this and trace different sizes. If you notice, there's lots of things, different sizes. This one, I probably kind of move things out to fill the whole page. This one was a pencil attempt, using the Derwent watercolour pencils as just a pencil. Blended pencil, but it hurts my hands too much. This one I've just started, not done anything to it. Didn't with that one or that one. This one I've drawn them, but I don't think I coloured them yet. Let me have a look. If you can see, that's the original one. And that's the one that I'm doing. So I've traced some more parcels from different pages so that they will match, and then the whole bird will be carrying lots and lots of parcels. So I don't have to do a background in watercolour. I'll just go through this, guys, and then I'll open a thing for chat. This one again, really liked it, but has some big spaces. So again, I've reversed it and altered it. And so now I have a full page. I've got those 2 stars. So instead of having a page like that, I have a page like that. I don't know why it won't pinch and zoom. So even though you don't want to use a background, that's fine. This one I haven't done much with, and I forgot how I did it. Now there is a video, but I forget. And this is the one that I put floorboards in, but because mine's quite old, it's dropped to bits. But I did put a background in that one. This one I don't think I did anything to. That's mine, so haven't done anything to that one, I don't think. This one, I love the Graphitint, the Derwent Graphitint. I loved it so much that, again, loved it, but didn't like the spaces, so I reversed it and drawn it. And it's the same holly and ivy, and then I coloured this one in. And I draw them with my Isograph Rotring pen, because with Indian ink in it. Again, loved the bunny, but wanted to fill the page. And there's no point me drawing as a left-hander Joanna's or anybody else's shapes, because mine are completely different and it doesn't match. So really, when you're colouring a book, you need to trace the person's book. And again, this one I'd probably take out this and spread it coming out here to fill the page. I don't think I did anything with the heart. And that was the robin that I put onto the first page and reversed it. And this one, because again we have spaces here, I filled my page. So even though I don't have a background, I put an extra poinsettia there. I put extra ivy there. The holly I extended. And all you do is you use tracing paper and you just reverse it once and it looks completely different. And then I put a little bit of the ivy coming this way in. So instead of that one coming out, I reversed it and put it in, and so it goes into there. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a technique that you can use if you don't like to draw. Sorry guys, that was a bit gruesome. I think there's a couple of other ones. I don't think I did anything with this one. That's one of the first ones I did. So I think there's videos on all these. So this was the first attempt, and again, this is the one that I realised I cannot draw like Joanna because my curls are pants. My swirls are completely different because I'm left-handed, so my swirls don't flow right. I mean, I love the technique, that's what gave me the idea, but realised I cannot draw like Joanna. So I had to fill the page, and then I put stickles on. So I'll show you that technique today. We'll do the... in fact, we could do this page, I think. And I'll trace the curls and show you how to reverse it, and then we can colour that page in. And I think what might be easier is actually to tear the page out. That might be easier to work today. Everything's got to be easy today, guys. And probably we'll use the... I don't know what I use for this one. I'm going to look for my... I've used different watercolour effects. I might use the Peerless today, I think. No, I think I'm going to use the Inktense, the Derwent little book. It's got to be easy for me today, so I'm going to use this. I think it's going to be easiest with the #1 brush. And I did have a mechanical pencil a minute ago. So just let me see if I can get this to work. And then I'll be able to sort chat out, hopefully. So let's have a look. So I apologise for the croaky voice, guys. It should be a quiet day today, hopefully. Let me just see if I can find... Oh, for some reason it's not bringing it up. There's lots of kittens doing lots of things. There's only 4 of them, and they're quite naughty. Oh, hi Dave, hi May, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Anybody else popping in? Let me see if I can... slightly better. Oh, thank you, May, thank you. It's going to be a bit of a difficult one for chatting today, but we're going to have a go. So you can use this technique with any dry method. Any dry, good quality pigment would be fine. I'm just going to put that there. Sorry for the scufflings and things. Eventually the kittens get tired and go to sleep, but this is the kitten room. I do have a little... I say eventually they go to sleep. What are you doing now? We will have a kitten cam in a second, guys. So I think I'll do this page. not sure what they're going to do. The guys have been a bit... Oh my goodness me, a whole kitchen roll. Yeah, let's trash the kitchen roll. My goodness me. There were 4 plants on the floor today when we came up here. Can't imagine that 4 kittens would get in such a naughty, naughty stage. So I did have a mechanical pencil somewhere. Apologies for the sniffles, guys. Really bad chest infection. So I need some tracing paper and my pencil that I just moved. So I moved back into the studio because I decided it really needed to be my studio. I'll just give them a tracing paper now. Try not to move everything around, but the kiddie winkles. I found the other Christmas colour books as well. Out. I do prefer cheap children's tracing paper. I don't know why, it's just a bit thicker than adults. So I get mine. Somebody's been in here and got them out. Oh my goodness, the only thing I want to find and I can't find. I had a wee voice saying, "Mummy, have you got any tracing paper?" And it's all gone. So I found the other Christmas colour books that I have. Very quickly, this one I was doing with pencils. I think I've only done, that's the Derwent watercolour pencils. These are the new ones, just blended together, using them as a pencil rather than as a watercolour. And I think I did another one. That's the one I did with the original ones. So you can use the Derwent watercolour pencils as a pencil. I bought this one and haven't done this one yet. This is thinner paper, so that probably will be pastels. Because that will not take a Derwent watercolour brush, but it will take a very, very thin brush. This one's the same. I'd forgotten about these Christmas books actually. This one I've started doing. There's a couple of videos last year, but the technique was too difficult for my hands, so I had to stop. But perhaps we might get a chance to do a page in this one with the Inktense blocks maybe later today. That might be an idea. And we've got Christmas festive doodles. I think there's 3. So I may have a go again with pencils. We'll have to see, but that wouldn't be today. Oh, hi Marilyn, welcome to Bunny's Designs. I'm just hunting for some tracing paper. I have my Christmas jumper on, together with my Christmas cough. Aha. So there's some rustling going on, which are the kittens. The kittens being kittens. I guess that's what they do best. And they are quite naughty today. I just can't for the life of me find. We did move about hundreds of books yesterday in a couple of hours, so it was a bit. I'm going to tear this one out because it's going to be easier for me, I think, to work. And I shall. I'll use. Find the other one. It should be in front of me. It's not. So this was the first one that I did, and as I say, I messed up with the curls. So I go through the book looking for different things. So this is the curl, and if we take, that's quite a nice curl there. That would maybe curl round. The stags were on the, these are the same size baubles. Some are bigger, some are smaller, so you've got to look at that. So these are the right size baubles that will hang quite nicely on here without looking too big. So I know that I can trace some of those. So I'm just going to tear them out. I'm going to tear them out. So I've got some of these stars and baubles, and we have the birds. There's some bluebells there, so perhaps have some bluebells here. The poinsettias, or the other thing to do is look for corners. That's another thing that I did. So if we look at this one, this is a smaller stag than the one I've used, but that might look quite nice in a corner. Or there's the star, or there's the robin, so you can pick each individual thing out if you want. The other thing you can do is if you like something, and you see these baubles would be too big, so I wouldn't choose those for tracing. That stag is too big, but you may want a little curl with a robin and think that might look quite nice curling off. So you can steal Joanna's designs from the different pages. You don't have to stick with the same pages. That's what I'm trying to say. You just have to look at different pages. So if you wanted something, I thought, well, actually, I really like that, but I'd like it smaller. You can photocopy it, and then you can reduce it on most photocopies, and photocopy it, and then reduce it, and then you can trace it. And as long as you're using Joanna's designs in Joanna's book, I can't see them being a problem. Obviously, you can't sell your work because it's not yours. Some of the pages I didn't want to do anything with. So I just need to find the tracing paper, and then we'll trace. I like the stag's antlers, and I like this section here, so I might want to have some curls coming out this way. And I like the idea that the stags are actually dancing on something. So again, sorry, I've just found a kitten in the wrong room. And maybe a bauble that we haven't got, so that's quite, I always like that one. I think I like this one. This is one of my favourites as well. So maybe have something like this hanging from here, and then it kind of incorporates that section there. So hang some baubles here, and of course they want to be a little bit bigger than these, but not as big as those. But of course it's your colour page, you can do really what you like. The idea is that you steal things from other pages of the same book by the same artist. I mean, you could actually just, if you wanted to, you could just trace the gramophone without anything coming out of it, and the stags could be jumping over that. So, or it could be a present. Really, as long as you pick something that's going to fill the space, and I'll show you how easy that is. You really want a permanent pen if you're going to use a watercolour. If you're going to colour in pencil, you can trace in pencil. Now I'm quite lucky. My Isograph 0.25 is the exact same line as this, and once it's done for a short time, it's permanent, and I just colour over the top. Watercolour over the top, doesn't move at all. So just bear with me a second, guys, just getting organised. Not sure how long the voice is going to last. So we're going to turn that one into there, and I'm going to use these bright colours. I think it's got to be easy today, so I thought I'd do something that's going to be easy for anybody and quite cheap. These are £20, and I did buy this book for £5, but I think it's gone back up to 10 now. So you're not really going to break the bank by doing this. So bear with me a second, guys. I just need to find the tracing paper. And we have some terrors. There's one little girl and there's 3 boys. And the little girl is much more trouble than the 3 boys. Oh no, we have 3 kittens in here. That must have been bungled. You shredded the kitchen roll, have you? That's clever. So I should be a couple of minutes, guys. So not. Right. You troughing, little miss? Gosh, can't believe there's 4 small kittens in here. Small kittens. I picked this up from somewhere, £2 cheap. Don't buy adults tracing paper, buy children's. I'm going to pick a kitten up in a second if I can get hold of him. No, they've all gone now. Who have we got here? No. We'll have a kitten come a bit later, guys, if that's okay. Oh, I'm I'm working at a very silly angle. Sorry, guys. Right, so I'm going to try to keep up. Oh, I have an avalanche. Got an avalanche. I don't know how I'm going to reach out. Everything's so impossible to do. Oh, hi Katrina, welcome to Bunny's Designs. I'm trying to reach out and do three things at once. I'll take the goggles off. I'm trying not to disturb the camera too much. So we'll open this. This is from The Works. So children's tracing paper is just as good. And I find for some reason if you buy adults, they bump the price up. Obviously, you're going to do something different with it. I even thought that baking parchment, the thin, anything that you can see through, will be fine. We're only putting pencil on it. There's one kitten troughing. One small kitten. Sounds like a whole army. Be careful about plastic things. So, not opened this before. It's okay. My favourite tracing paper is from, yeah, see that will work. And I did have a mechanical pencil out, but I bumped it somewhere. And you should see the state of this room. It's messy. It's very, very messy. So, we're going to be using that, but I'm going to move it out of the way because it'll be sliding all over the place and driving me insane. Just trying to keep an eye on chat somehow. So if I can do that and do that. My daughter's iPad isn't on a thing. Right. Oh, look, we have a boy. Hello, darling. Should you be on there? No. Alfie, be a good boy. Oh, Daddy was supposed to sit with him. He just said he would sit with him. You can't come in because you chased the pussycats. Would you like to get your bottom off the back of the chair, please? Thank you. Yeah, hubby's going to sit with him. May find that's going to be a little bit easier. Oh, I've got chat on there. Oh, I've got chat. I've got chat on there, so that's good. Now, as I say, apologies for the little monsters. So, I like the stag, so let's have a quick look at what I want to use. It's always easiest to actually look at the page because obviously it's all drawn to scale. And I like those leaves. I like that curl as well. I do want a couple of baubles here. These are too small and these are too big. So I think I looked at these. And of course, if you trace these, this is something that I did last year. I traced them and I kept them. So once I'd used them, I got them to use in another book, if that makes any sense. So So let me have a look. I kind of like the idea of them being on there, but I think I might like a present, actually. Pile of presents might be good. That's quite a nice one. But there's no reason why, and of course, tight Yorkshire lass, start in the top corner. I'm just going to do mine in pencil. Just light. We're not doing any scribbling with pencil to make a mess. We're doing this the easy way. We'll do one bauble first so you can get the technique. And you can see mine's not brilliant because the hands are bad today as well. So that's one bauble. So when we lift that up, we have a bauble. And we can instantly put it exactly where we like. So it can come from there, or it can go there. I actually quite like it there. So what we can do now, and this is if you don't want to draw anything. As I say, I found it quite difficult. I'm now going to put that directly below and make the chain longer. Still using Joanna's. I cannot draw like Joanna. She's right-handed. I'm left-handed. I like that. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to turn that over. I'm going to turn the tracing paper over. And I'm going to draw over the top. And if you are a little bit unneat, this is when you need to be fairly neat. And then we've got that down there. Oh my goodness me. Right, and then we've got this one, this one, this one. So we now have a tracing on one side and another. Now this particular design, it doesn't matter because it's symmetrical. So I can put that here. And if you want to know exactly where it is, if you put a little line there and one there and this here, when you turn that over, in theory, you can match it up on the other side by this mark, and this mark. So that's going to be symmetrical to this side because you've made those marks. And you've got all this tracing paper. For goodness sake, don't start tracing in the middle. Use it across, and then you can end up with a page full of Joanna's baubles. And because you've drawn on one side, you've turned it over and you've drawn on the other side. So this means this one is on this side. So I'm going to match that line up with the legs and this, and I'm going to draw 1, 2, down here. Oh my goodness. These kittens are the size, they are Diddy kittens, and they trash this room. And for some reason they're obsessed and they've broken my large lanterns, my lampshades. So I've got that very faint. I don't want it thicker than that. That's fine at the moment. But because I've drawn on that side now, when I turn it over, the pencil carbon is on the other side. So all I have to do is match this one up. I'm trying to keep in frame. Let's get that one out of the way a second. I'll look at chat in a second, guys. Just bear with me. So we wanted to line up the leg. Oh, that's not very straight, is it? There we go. Get it somewhere, and then we've lined up that line there, the line on the leg. So when we put this here, and because we've just drawn on the other side, and there's none of this scribbling, there's no mess, there's no carbon paper, it's just cheap children's paper, and it's A4. So you could even fold it in half and leave it in the book for next time. You can do this with the flowers. I've done it with the Jungle Book, I think. So when I lift that up, and you can lift it up without moving it first. So now I have two perfect baubles that look, that they're not exactly in the right place, but they're not too far out. So let's have a look at doing a different, I don't think I'm going to put a bauble there, because I think we want a excuse me, what else have we got? What did I do on this one? The bluebells are quite pretty, so I kind of fancy some bluebells. Or we could have another couple of birds if we wanted. We could put another bird in there. So we can look at the Christmas book. And of course, this is a pattern book now. It's a colour book, but it's now technically a pattern book. So we can go through it and we can think, oh, well, we quite like that group of presents. I like that. And I do like the bow, actually, but let's have a look. So thinking about size, let's take the tracing paper. And again, I'm starting in the top corner. Just a rough. If you just want to do a quick rough first, if you're not sure, just do a rough. Because you can, if you do the outside lines, you can always match your tracing up. If you just do a few lines and dots, it's more difficult, like I did before. But this should be quite easy to redo. So we know that that box goes there, so we'll put that down there. Oops, I'm drawing it at a very strange angle. We can, I think I want a taller one there, so I think I'm going to pinch that one. So I've even changed the design, and again, it's not going to fit on, but that's just a rough. So what I've got now under mine, I've now got the presents, and you might do it and think, well, actually, no, I don't like that now. I don't think I like that. I want floral things. So you've got that tracing. You can either finish it off and leave it, so you've got it for next time, or you can say, I don't like it, not going to use it. I'm going to trace this kind of curl here. I think that's going to be too big, but that might not be. So again, you just trace. So you can do this while you're watching TV, and then you can do it kind of like what I call in best a bit later. I don't want this to go out of here, but I like the leaves, but we could do the curl to come shorter. So we can pinch these curls, but put them here. So you need to be fairly square. Sometimes I might actually level this off because I want it to be square. So we'll do those first. Hopefully the kittens will be quiet. I'll look at chat in just a second, guys. Let's do this one. And again, you put the lines in. You can do as much detail as you want. Sorry, guys, I can't believe there are four of the tiniest kittens in this room, and it sounds like we've got 4 tigers. And my poor lampshades are their favourite thing. So I did think I might get that. We'll do this bit first. And I don't think I'm going to get much out of that, but we can do this. And of course, because this is centred, it's going to be a centre, so that's actually going to fit quite nice. You don't have to do it symmetrical. I'm just a bit of a symmetrical nut. You don't have to. And you don't have to be dead neat, as long as it's a general Joanna pattern. Because, I mean, I can draw this in my hand, but it will be different because this is Joanna's doodle and she draws them in her right-handed way. And when I tried to do it freehand, it looked terrible. And if nobody likes to draw, this is perfect. And I am doing this quite rough. But again, this is another job to do while you're watching TV. I don't think I'm going to get the bells in. I might get that curl. I'm not sure. I can match it up again if I just do something there, I can match that back up. So that's what I've drawn. So I've got that at the bottom. I quite like that actually. I quite like that. You can see through it. You can move it up. You can have a space. I think I may actually put the this curl in, and then what I thought I would do is, and again mine is not neat. Now what I want to do is create a curl, so I'm going to turn that round there and have this. I don't think I'm going to get the big curl, but I might get the little one. And then of course it's got Joanna's little curl. So you can really use anything you want. Now these may not be perfectly the same because I don't know if I'm at the right angle and I'm doing it very rough, just to give you an idea that you can play with these and fill these pages, only if you don't want to do backgrounds. This is just if you want to use a water-based, whoops, iPad. Yes, you can hear the cat's guys coming. Excuse me. So I kind of like that, but I'm going to just take that down just a little bit. And you can measure it if you want it to be exact, but if I just move that back a bit. I kind of like that. I might put something under here as well, but so I can't draw on the top. The pencil is on the top, but again it's symmetrical. So instead of having to do all that pencil scribbling, all I'm doing is turning it over. Now I can only do that because it is symmetrical, but I kind of like that. So again, a simple pencil, oops, my hands will not work today. Simple pencil line. And because you've not done all that scribbling and all that mess, you have a double-sided, which again, it doesn't really matter now because it's symmetrical, but you have a double-sided tracing that you can use as many times as you like. If you're very rough with it, you will go through your tracing paper, but I would think you'd get at least 5 to 6. See, my curves aren't quite curvy enough. Sorry, guys. This is the, we're fostering for the RSPCA kittens. So I've changed this room into my art studio, and it's also going to be a kitten room. So we took on 2 naughty kittens, sorry, 2 poorly kittens, And then we got the other brothers. There were 5, and they were found in an Eddie Stobbard's haulage, where all the big trucks are, and people were worried. The guy, bless them, the guys were worried, the drivers, that they were going to get killed. So the feral cats. So the mum was trapped, spayed, and then released, and then unfortunately one of the kittens, there were 5, didn't survive because when they're out in the winter, they have always conjunctivitis. They always have cold eyes and things. So we nursed them back together and we humanised them. And we have one in Samantha's. Samantha's technical term is Hissy Spitty. And one of them was Hissy Spitty, and now he just lolls all over her. Again, if you can't remember where you've been, which is sometimes what I do, and you see I haven't ruined that, so lift it up, have a quick look. I've missed the curl under there. That's not a bad. And I've now got that again, so I can use it. And so now my picture looks like that. And I'm going to go over mine in a permanent pen. But I'm just doing the tracing first. Has anybody got any questions? Oh, thank you. Yes, it's wonderful. If anybody's disabled, going to the RSPCA to play, or whatever cat, playing with kittens is the most, I think I get so much out of it. And you're also humanising them so they can be homed. You would not believe these spindly little things. One's behind me, actually. Oh my goodness. Right, we'll have a very quick kitten cam, shall we, guys? So that's the general idea, guys. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can fast forward to the end, but that's how I do it. There is no reason why you can't fold that in half and leave it in this book. So every time you go to this book, or whichever book you're working in, you have ideas for filling spaces. I mean, you could put that into each corner. And it will match because obviously it's an original Joanna. And as I say, you can look at mine, and don't tell anybody I'm an artist. My curls are pants because my curls are left-handed and Joanna's are right-handed. So let's have a. Oh my goodness, what has he got? Everything's on the floor. What do you think? You would think there were 4 tigers in this room. So let's see who's Hissy Spitty. Hello. Who can we pick up? Who can we pick up? Nobody. We're not going to pick anybody up, are we? Can we pick anybody up? Why is everything on the floor, guys? No, we're not in a picking up mode. And they were all over the desk last week, but they're not now. So if anybody's got any questions, pop them into caps, guys. I'm just going to have a quick drink. Oopsie. So we could put a little bauble down here if we wanted, just to match them up. I need something in the corners now, so we could take, I do like those bluebells, I have to say. So if we took, but I want them bigger than that. So if I remember rightly, there were some bluebells in the robin. On the robin page. There's some bluebells on that one. Oh, there's some holly. I haven't got holly on there, have I? There's some holly. And the ivy hangs that way around as well. So you could imagine that would go down the bottom there. But I actually like the bluebells. So there were some bluebells here. And they would kind of curl into the page. Maybe not. The other thing to do is look at a square. So here in the square we've got some ivy in that one. I did trace this one. It did take a long time, and I used it for wallpaper for the back of the. Excuse me. For the back of the Christmas tree and the fireplace. I traced the whole thing. It took a long time. And then I did it in a pale colour. I kind of like this one for some reason. But so you can look for corners, things that would go in a corner. That would make more stags. That cat could sit that way in that corner. But that's more presents than bauble. Again, we could put another bird in there. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get that, just that right thing. Although normally, oh, I do like that. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. And it's not too big, so it will match, I think. And we don't have any holly on there, so I think I'm going to try and make a corner. So if you're going to try and make a corner to fit in this space here, the easiest thing is, if you can remember where you put your pencil, is just to give a bit of a rough, just drawn what space I need. So while you're making this pattern up, you have a bit of a guide of where you want things to be. So that would work like that, or that would work at the bottom, and that would work at the top. Or would that work coming out from the bottom? Oh, it might do. We'll try that. I like that. So you get it roughly where you want it. I want this to be in the corner. I hope everybody can see that. So what I'm going to do is just, and I only have to do it once. Now, if you're not very good at holding tracing paper down, put a little bit of masking tape. And when you're using it on a book or on anything, really, I even do this when I'm decorating, when I used to decorate. Always, if you're wearing jeans, it's brilliant. We used to do this when we were students. Get the masking tape. You can get a low tack tape now. Years ago, you couldn't. And when you've torn the piece off, you just push it to your jeans and then pull it off. And it just takes off a little bit of the tack, so you don't damage the page. But I know you can get low tack masking tape now. But again, years ago you couldn't. So again, this is something you can do while you're watching TV. And then when you're doing your colouring, you've got it all ready to do. That's how I did mine. I did that when I did the wallpaper one because it took a long time. It took a good few hours to do that one, I think. But I thought the page was very plain. So I decided to do a pastel. I did Inktense on the actual colouring page. So just make sure we've got everything here. I kind of like that. So when we lift that off, we've got a corner. Now I've got this gap, so I kind of fancy having coming out of there. This is, you've got to do a lot of jiggery pokery with this. A curl could come out. A curl could come out and do that. So we want the curl to come out of the middle. See, it doesn't quite work that. So what we need to do is we need to do the curve coming out, and then we need to turn it so that the foliage is where we want it, but we've matched. We can match the curl. That might look a little bit odd, but we can straighten it off in a second. There's a kitten at my feet. So, we've got a gale, actually. I think it's Gale Diana, isn't it? Hurricane Diana we've got. So that's the wind, guys. That's the only difficulty of being here. So when I lift that off, I've now got... I may have to kind of curve that into there, I think. Yeah, I'm not really happy with that, so I could change it. And then what I'm going to do then is before I do anything else, I'm just going to have a look and think, you know, is that going to be enough? Do I want it in the corner? Do I want it here? Or am I going to add more to it? If I put one of those flowers there and extended a couple of leaves here, that gap would fill, but I think that might look okay. I'm just going to have a play with these that are already used, because again that makes a kind of a diamante shape. Oh, was that whiskers? I thought somebody was whiskers. Oh, hi V, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Have a quick look at chat. I don't think I like that one. I like it, but I don't like it for that page because that's maybe a bit more bulky. I'm tempted to use this that I wanted in the first place with the bluebells. So again, you find your corner and, you know, you're wasting a tracing paper. And I'll probably find I'll love that somewhere else. I just don't want it here. So I've got my shape. I'm going to look at the bluebells. What do I say, the bluebells? I mean, there isn't any reason why we couldn't have it. The bird and the bluebells. You know, we could have a bird flying in. Remember, it's got to be that way up, really. It has to be that way up. So we could have see, that would be too big, I think. Excuse me. But I do kind of like that. So if we can kind of manipulate that, that might look quite nice. So I'm not going to do that curl, I'm going to do that curl. And again, this is how pernickety or exact you want to be. You might find that you like something straight away. Sorry guys, you cannot imagine what these guys are doing. And they're like this all day. And these are polar kittens. These are kittens that are not well. And they run around like you would not believe. And I did want that in there. I like that. So that's what I have for here. And that can curl down to there. And then in theory, you should get one to go the other way. So that needs to match. Now, if it doesn't match, another trick is flip it over. Now, we've got two of the same, but you can flip it over and re-style it if you want to. So again, that's another trick. We can put that there. So you don't always, again, and because you've just drawn on one side a small line drawing, you haven't got a lot of carbon. It's when you start scribbling all that carbon, it gets messy. I use quite a soft pencil normally. So obviously I'm not going to go through the tracing. If you're using an HB, then you may, or a hard pencil, your tracing paper may not last. But there's no reason to do that. We're just going to go really gently around here and curl that round. And then when we put that here, I'm going to have to change that because I don't see. I don't know why I've drawn it wrong. Oh, it should have gone that way up. That's why I turned it over. So that's what I was going to do, but my bluebells are upside down. You see. So if I turn it back on itself, I can still make it work because I can put that one there. And I haven't drawn on both sides, but I've drawn on the other side. So this one is on the other side and this one is on this side, if that makes any sense. So if I can curve that shorter there. So I'm just going to start here. Now, as I say, you can be a lot neater than I am. Oops, I don't want to go down there because I'm going to take that and I'm just going to twist that so that the pattern remains in the page area. So I need to take that one up there and then match that one up so we can do a little Essie thing there, look. Now, the neater you are with your drawing, the neater your drawing will remain. And of course, because mine's kind of scruffy, I'm losing some of the nice, really nice shades. So you've got to be a little bit careful with this. Can't really rush this like I'm doing. You need to take your time, but I'm just showing you the technique because this needs to be as neat as possible. Of course, I hadn't drawn on the other side, had I? No, I hadn't. In fact, that was a good job because I can actually change that, so that's quite good. So now I'm drawing on the other side. So you have to remember that when you're turning it over, which side you've drawn on. But it doesn't matter, you just redraw it again. It's a very simple, it's not so complicated, this one. So now when I take that off there, I've now got some bluebells in the corner. And because mine's quite faint, I don't even have to do any erasing really. I'll do that afterwards. So I've got a few curls on your tracing paper, starts to get quite full of different ideas. Any problem is I've got to remember how I did that. So the easiest thing for that, because obviously now I've completely made that up, I have to trace it again. Because it's now a completely made up tracing, so I haven't actually got an original. So again, that's quite nice. I've made an original design, but it still matches Joanna's. But that should give you an idea of all the different ways you can use a design if you want to fill out the backgrounds. And of course, what that's done now, excuse me, I might just have to do a bit of a curl on that one. So now if I turn that over, I've got the same design for that corner. So I hope that made sense, guys. I just have to stop for a drink. So it doesn't take long before you start filling the corners up. So I'm not going to carry on with that one because I'm not happy with that corner, but what I'll do is I'll show you what I do next with it. The two baubles I kind of like. So I need my Isograph merchant page. Don't know what I'm with it. It's in the other room, guys. You have to bear with me a second. Let me have a look. Let's see what we've got in this one. I didn't want to have to get up again, guys. But, honestly, you can't believe these kittens. They just are, excuse me, just bad, guys. You are so bad at all of you. And if you mess your tracing up, you can start, you know, if you think, oh, well, I don't like any of those, you can start again. But, no, I think I kind of like that, actually. I like that one, actually. I think I'm going to use that one. And again, I like that because it matches, so it's quite nice, is that one. I think I'm going to use that one in there. So I just go get the Isograph pen. I don't know, I'm just hiding them in here. Just get rid of my cups. Oh, look where the boy is. He's not supposed to be on the sofa. Can you see where he is? On the back of the chair. He's on the back of the sofa, like a cat. He's such a bad boy. He thinks he's a cat because that's where the cats sit. The one thing you do have to do when you're fostering cats is have old furniture. I was going to throw the old sofa away and I put it in the conservatory for a bit. So pleased I didn't buy anything nice because they're little terrors. So I shall be back in a second, guys. I'll be right back. Just going for my Isograph pen. What are you playing in there for? Honestly. Should you be playing in there? Should you? I don't think you should. You shouldn't be on there either. You're not a cat. Hi, Troubles. Hello, Troubles. Shall we have a kitten cam? Oh, darling. And no, you don't know me as well as you know Samantha. So, here's a kitten cab, guys. Now, I'm full of cold, guys, and I'm poorly. Oh, look. So bear with me, guys. But, look at this. This is a baby. This is a baby. This is the tabby. Oops. I know. Still skittish. Oh, I know. You're a beautiful little boy, aren't you? This is the tabby. He's the only tabby. And he's gorgeous. Are you going to purr? You're going to have a purr? You purr? He's got white socks. And you can see my messy... Oh, you can see my messy... Oh, sorry, guys. You can see all my mess behind me. Isn't he beautiful? He's so scrumptious. He's so scrumptious. And he's going to purr. He's going to give his mummy a purr. Going to purr? You're going to purr. You're beautiful. So he is so scrumptious. Scrumdiddlyumptious. Yum, 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 yums. We have lots of yum, 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 yums. Don't we? We have yum, 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 yums. Sorry, guys, I've had no sleep all day. I've been awake all night. Yum, 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 yums. So they're nearly ready to go. He's just got pulley eyes, but yum, 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 yums. So look at the tip behind me. Everything was just thrown in. Yum, 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 yums. We're having some yum, 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 yums. Oh, and they love snuggles. They love snuggles. Mm. So this is very good for the soul, guys. If you're able-bodied, go walk dogs for the RSPCA dogs as well, or charity dogs. They like dog walkers, but this is just scrumdiddlyumptious. Yum, 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 yums. And these were feral kittens. He-see spitties, as Samantha's official term is. He-see spitties. He's not he-see spitty anymore. We're going to get a purr out of you. Normally when you pick them up, they purr. No, he's gone to sleep. He's tired. He's a strange little boy, and you'll see in a minute why. Isn't he scrumdiddlyumptious? We don't eat kittens, but it looks like we do. It just says scrumptious. So these were found in a truck yard, but they... Oh, and we hear the motor going. Didn't take long, did it? They purr. They're going to purr. They love yum-yums. They love yum-yum-yum-yum-yum-yums. Here they go. They're like little motors. I don't know if you can hear that, guys. And these were wild a few weeks ago. And he's going to sit on somebody's knee. Nom, 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 nom. And be a beautiful little boy. Yum, yum, yums. But it's Samantha's hard work. She sits in here all the time. I don't know if you can hear that, guys. It's a really, really... Yum, 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 yum. He's going to be such a beautiful boy. And all he wants to do is sit and snuggle. You're like a little motor, aren't you? And this is the only tabby. The others are all black with little tiny bits of white on them. Talking of which, oh, they're tired now. You have to excuse this tip. We did this very quickly, but if I do this, you can see the terror over there. Look, they're just deciding to have a sleep, 3 of them, and they're all black. So we'll go get another yum 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 yum. Right, we'll put you on then. You've had your 5 minutes. You've had your 5 minutes. There we go. You can snuggle on there then. Hello, darling. Oh, and who are you? Now, I have no idea who these are. And they don't like my cough. And I can't remember the names, guys, because I can't remember my own children's names, but this is one of the others. And all the others are like this. Hello, num, num. Are you going to have a num 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 nums? Are you going to have num 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 nums? And they had really pulley eyes when they came, so they're getting a lot better. Hello. Aren't you beautiful? What are you looking at? Hello, darling. You're having some num 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 nums. And normally when you pick 2 or 3 up, they all purr, don't you? Do you purr? You do. Oh, sorry, guys. You're beautiful, aren't you? This one is all, but oh, a little tiny bit of tummy. Aren't you? I know. And they're still a little bit hissy-spitty. So you have to hold them. I normally do 15 minutes. And we hold them and we make sure that they're held, even though they're hissy-spitty. And we give them yum, 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 yums. And this is what we do. And then we slowly let them go. And we do that 2 or 3 times a day. You're going to purr. You're going to have a purr. You're going to purr. You're beautiful, aren't you? So this is another little one. Look at the claws. This is this. They love Samantha. They're not really. You can't go on there because it's too high. So I won't disturb the others, but that's what we do with them until they start to purr. And you will purr in a minute. You know you will purr in a minute. I know, and you like that. Some are ears, some are chin. You've got to find the tickle spot. Some like their ears played with. Some like to be stroked. Some like the chin. Some like the belly rub. Do you like the belly rub? Oh, we've got a purr. We have a purr. You're purring. You can't help yourself, can you? You can't help yourself. Yum, 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 yum. Aren't they beautiful? They've got beautiful eyes. So we're having a purr. So they've had a big play, now they're going to have a big sleep. You're having a purr as well, aren't you, darling? Do you want to go now? Okay, I'll put you back. Oh, go back. So there you are. Can we have you? Hello. You're a big one. I think you're the little girl, aren't you? Are you going to purr? I'm going to purr. We'll have you as well. These are the 2 that we had. And when we pick these 2 up, these are like 2, oops, I'm going to fall, 2 purring machines. Yum, 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 yums. You know, darlings. Yum, 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 yums. These are slightly bigger. I know, it's all right. It's all right. No. We're just going to have some snuggles. We just have to have... No, we're still hissy-spitty. That's hissy-spitty. Oh, off we go then. Be careful. That's on the way down. No, the Samantha that's trained these. I have to... you can't always get them all the time. Oh gosh, guys, sorry about the face. So bad today. And still couldn't find the pen I went in there for. I don't know what I've done with it. So it takes a while to get them to come round, but they do eventually. And because everything was just, again, thrown in, I didn't know. Oh, excuse me, guys. You shut the door, darling.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I can't control anything about it.
Oh my goodness me! I can't believe that. Thank you. Jeez, no! Can't do that. Scolding me, Nigel. Yeah, if you could possibly get me some water, darling.
Oh, come on, the kitten's gone in.
Yeah, well, they'll come back. Bungle's not fully inoculated yet, so we have to be a little bit careful with him. Because Bungle's snotty again, unfortunately. I think he's going to be just something he has to live with. I think... There's an Alfie. Alfie's trying to get the kitten. So I'm just going to have this drink, guys. Nigel's hurt his back, bless him. Thank you, Via. I'll tell him when he comes back. And I'm on steroids at the moment with this bad chest infection. Oh my goodness me. Oopsie. I just better go rescue this kitten. Alfie's not okay with them, but he's just... Come on, puss, 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 puss. Come on, puss, puss, puss. Babies, babies, puss, 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 puss. Alfie, Alfie, will you be a good boy, please? I thought they were going to settle down and go to sleep. Oh, but obviously not.
Have you got any?
Yes, thank you. No, he's in there. But Alfie's got him. Yeah, he's gonna. Do you want to get? Oh my goodness me, Alfie and the kittens. Now, there's a story. Alfie's still spoiled as usual. So, sorry guys, just going to have that. Oh, thank you. Well, hubby gave it to me and then I've kept it and I'm going to probably give it back to him. But I'd forgotten I've got to have these steroids today. So, Jessie is still upstairs in the bedroom. She's doing quite well. Alfie's been the Elf Master as usual, and we're all poorly. Oh, excuse me. And I cannot put my hand on this pen. Oh, I did have a Micron pen. I've got a couple of art holes I wanted to do, but I bought a baby changing bag, a baby bag, because it was waterproof, it's grey, and it's got some good pockets in it for an art bag, and it fits on your back, it's a backpack, but you can get the iPad in it, it's got places for pencils and things, so it's actually, and a water bottle for drinking, sketchbook size, so it's quite a good little book bag, but unfortunately I've hurt my ankle as well, so I can't walk about too much, so I might just have to do an odd video or two, hopefully short ones of that. Also bought lots of Derwent things as well, and so I've got a couple of hauls to do, but my daughter's nagging me to finish this room because a friend's coming round this afternoon, and there's books everywhere. We've moved a 5 foot by 5 foot bookcase back into the other room again, and put the desk back in this room, because by summer it's not going to be too. Oh, we've got quite a hurricane going at. Well, not a hurricane, but we're not used to winds like this. Don't know if you can see the trees. Trees are really, really blowing. So by the time the summer comes, I'll have some kind of. Oops. Oh, I haven't, V. I'm not buying. I keep saying I'm not buying any more colour books. I'm not going to buy any more colour books because I don't want to colour them anymore. If that makes any sense. It did what it wanted to do. I had such a bad experience with a tutor when I did my degree. It's taken me 5 years to want to draw again. So I'm going to be concentrating on my mushrooms. I don't know where they are now. It's just today, because I'm poorly, I thought I would do the colour books. But it's really difficult for me to do that. The other thing I've got to do, I have while I'm drinking this soup, is, and I do have a lot of colour books, so really I shouldn't have any more. This is going to be starting in the Abbey as well. My daughter drew that. So we've got Art in the Abbey, Art for Therapy, Colouring in the Abbey. That's going to be starting over the winter. There's 3 before Christmas, and then next year we'll be doing drawings. I'll be teaching a drawing class in the Abbey, so people can either come and colour for therapy. They don't want to draw, because drawing and painting it's a hobby, but it's not therapeutic unless you draw. I hope that makes sense. Whereas I know that this works, so I'm not well today. I can't concentrate even to trace, but it helps to colour. And I say, what the best one was when my husband had the stroke in hospital. You don't know what to do with yourself. You can't concentrate to read. You've got to be very quiet. I took my little book of watercolours and I I did the roses page in the Kirby Roseanne book. So I know it works to really keep you calm. And I had the Derwent water brush, so there was no water, there was no mess. So you could do that on a stroke ward. So colouring in has its uses. It's for therapy, and it's for fun. But normal artists that draw, they're not happy bunnies. That's why they're all crazy, most of them. All the true artists are normally nuts. So I did a little bit of a one last week, and I haven't touched it since because I've been poorly. So my little mushroom is still just a little boring mushroom. And I have a few watercolours as well, so I'm going to do a couple of watercolours because I think I'm going to use them as a painting first and then turn them into a colour book, because they didn't work the other way around. Even though I do like line drawings, I normally do line drawings, they just don't work. So I'm just going to play about with my little mushrooms. Oh, thank you, Evie. So I thought, and the other thing is I do have a lot of colour books, and I haven't finished one yet. So again, last year's resolution was to finish a colour book. I think this one will be as well. So I need to finish the ones I've got. I'll work through the Christmas ones because obviously it's the Christmas ones. And even though this was last year's, I still like the Joanna's one. And again, you can alter it slightly, and if you don't do backgrounds, if you use pencil, you can do beautiful backgrounds. But I did try to use the pencils, the Lightfast pencils, and my hands have been really poorly. So again, that's something I've got to really think about. Oh my goodness, now we have rain now. We have rain, so I don't know if that's... We've got some bad rain now. My goodness me, that beautiful sunshine in my room is not happening at the minute. So sorry about the delay, guys. I just have to have my my horrible pills because my breathing's not really good, unfortunately. And I hadn't managed to get my flu jab this year. So I like using, I think this was either Peerless. I think this was Peerless. There is a video on how I did this, I think. And the Inktense blocks, that's what I went in the other room for, the Inktense blocks. I think I'm going to use those because they're so easy to use, and yet they're versatile as well. Especially that I haven't really got a watercolour effect on here, maybe where the little bird's wings are and the bluebells. And I did like the little bit of sparkles that I put on the saddles, on the snowflakes and the baubles. Has anybody else got any questions, guys? Pop them in caps. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, just fast forward. Sorry about... I think the kittens are almost sleepy times now. So we decided that... oh my goodness. We decided that we would... Oh my goodness, we're having a bit of a hurricane for here. We're not used to, we're definitely not used to this kind of rain. I thought the sun would upset it, so I thought, well, the sun's not going to upset it in winter, now we've got the rain. So I will find the kittens. I've got all these Hannah Carlson ones. And I did look at the new Kirby Roseanne, but I look at them and I don't have the same enthusiasm. And I think it's because they've done what they wanted to do. It was therapy to keep me colouring and do that. But all I want to do is draw and colour mushrooms. So it's art does change. Your attitude to art and your techniques change. And sometimes you haven't used a product for a while, you go back to it and you think, why on earth did I buy everything else, because I love this so much. And at the moment I'm really excited about the light fastness of the Inktense pencils, which I hadn't realised. I don't know why I'd forgotten. So again, that's really really good for me at the minute. I know what I can show you guys. The other two art hauls, these are really good if you want to just have a small a small art folder. I showed it last week, but I bought another one. So I've got my Inktense pencils in one and my Lightfast in another, and you can either get a colour book in there or a sketchbook. So I'll go grab those and I can show you those. And it's an A4 art folio. That didn't sound very good, guys. You spilled all your biscuits now. So I'm just going to go in there and have a gulp of pills. And I shall bring them back when I come back, guys. So I'll be right back And you may see a flash of tails. Are you watching them? Are we watching the rain? Because we've never seen rain like this. Are you watching the rain? Right, let's see if I can do this with one hand. What happened to the kitten? Has he come back yet? No, come on, push, push. No, they all want to come in there now. I don't know what to do. Oh dear. Can't go in there. Alfie's been a bad puppy. Oh gosh. I forgot the things. Come on, babies. Babies. Come on, babies. Babies. Come on, babies. Come on, baby. No, I can't get him, Nigel. You have to watch Alfie. Oh, I think that's a little girl because she's so inquisitive. The one thing you have to do when you have poly kittens is hands clean before you touch another cat. So really quickly, oh gosh, Alfie's just going to drive us insane. Oh dear, right, very quickly, if we can turn this that way. These are, and there should be a card. It's called the Derwent, I think it's called the Derwent Folio folder. And basically it's a canvas zipped bag, and it has a sleeve in it. So I put my Lightfast in here, and you can put your sketchbook in the back. And it's A4, so it's printer paper size. I think this one's A4. And you get one sleeve. So I put my Lightfast pencils, I put them in order because I've got the numbers, so I can tell that these are 4s, these are 8s, so these are Lightfast. So I've got my Inktense pencils in there. There's a couple missing, but I'm going to put the blacks, the whites and the greys in here because it's not very often I use those. And you can get 64 pencils, so of course we've got 72 in a set. But what I found out is that excuse me, the big pencil set. So this is my this is my the BTSKY pencil cases that I've been buying. This one has 3 sleeves and some at the back, and then there's a bigger one. And I love them, but I found that they were a bit too bulky. So I still love them, and I have my watercolour pencils in one and my Inktense in another. And then in the larger one I have both sets of pastel pencils, vintage and original. But the wonderful thing about this is that the smaller one actually fits in here. So if I wanted to put my Derwent pencils in here, I could do. And that was a brilliant thing. You can only get 2, or you put 1 in depending on how many. But again, if you've got the 72, you only got 1 sleeve anyway. And of course, again, the blacks and the greys I put in here. So, but I thought that was amazing. So that means I can actually swatch them out if I want to. If I suddenly decide, well, I'd like to use this one, instead of buying another one, I bought 2. Sorry, my table, my desk is at a slant at the minute. So I've got the Inktense pencils in there. And they hold, say, 60, I think it says 60, 62 or 68. Nigel, oh, I just have to do that. So. But it means that I can actually swatch them out and put the other ones in. And then this one. Alfie! I'll have to. Right. Come on. Alfie! Come on, baby. Go in there, come on. Alfie, not you! Right! You are in trouble. Get out. That's naughty. You have to be good. Nigel? Nigel? He's got the kitten trap down there. Can't leave him. You're going there to station.
I keep taking him to get knocked out.
No, just sitting here with him.
Yeah.
The kitten was here. Is there the kitten behind there? Oh, right, hang on, the kitten's there. I'll get the kitten.
There.
Right, go on. Go on, good man. Go on. Go on. Is he gone?
No, it's there.
Is it? There we go. You are such a trouble, you are, miss. It's the little girl. She is so inquisitive. The boys don't mind, but the little girl. Oh, dear me. I don't think you would nip them, but you've just got to be a bit careful. So in this one, I have my Lightfast pencils in this one. And these were £20, so I thought that was quite a good price, because the others weren't very expensive until everybody started buying them, and then they've shot up to £30-some. But I like this one because it will fit in my little bag that I have, and it would go in a bag. It's not too bulky. So there are my little finds. Just laughing at the kittens. Oh my goodness, now we have sunshine and storms. We're not used to storms in this country. Oh my goodness me. Sorry guys. Another video ruined. So for some reason I can't find my rotring pens, and I have hundreds of rotring pens. But I found the Micron Archival. This came in a set for Bible journaling, and I think it's for waterproof and fade-proof fine lines. So I'll just show you what I do really quickly, and because of the kittens and Alfie, I'm not sure if it's the same size pen. No, it's different. It's slightly different. You can see it's slightly different. If you're doing this in ink, you need to kind of really get it neat, because this is where you do not get a second chance. So and you do need to be neat with this one. And it's not quite as fine. But that can give you an indication once that's coloured in. But that is slightly bigger. Now that actually works for the Kirby Roseanne, because that one is a thicker line, but the Joanna Basford is a 0.25. So you can see it's slightly thicker, but again, some colour books are thicker than others. So I probably will colour this one in, actually, if you want. I can colour this one in. I've got an extra bauble there now, so they're not going to match, but hopefully when it's coloured you may not notice. But as I say, this is where you have to be careful, because this is your finished drawing. So you definitely don't want to be perched on a table. You want to be comfortable when you're drawing this, because this is the final one. Oops, and I've done a diddle on there, but never mind. My hands are really bad today because I was moving the things yesterday. This is not going to be good. And because it's not a true trace, it's going to look terrible, because I just do that little bit, but my hands are really bad today. So you can tell it's not going to be brilliant, but you know, when it's coloured in, you probably may not notice it as much. But that's how you alter a page. Oh, everything's sliding down, guys. So I'll use these pens. So what I do with mine is these come out. These are the Inktense. And I wasn't going to buy these. I had no interest in them at all. until I looked and it said light fast. Oh, excuse me. And when you get them, they're that way round. But sorry, they're that way round. But of course, when I use them, I want to use them that way round. So you just pull the little pots. There's like a thing inside. And you just turn them round so that when that is like this, you've still got your colour guide. So some of these two are a bit difficult to see. So you can look up there and you've got your colour guide and then you've got your palette. And I use this brush. I don't use the little brush that's in there. I use my #1 brush. But I do use this little sponge quite a lot instead of a baby wipe. And I do like the #1 Derwent brush because this one doesn't go to a point. I did bring the other one, I think, didn't I? You may not get much use out of me. There is a couple of videos that I've been trying to get up that I did on the ferry, but for some reason I can't get them up. So I'll do this for a little while, guys, but I can't talk because it might have to be a quiet one. I did bring through a spray, which I have no idea what I did with now. So you could spray these, but I tend to just kind of touch a little bit of colour. And again, this is a really soft, easy way to work. I haven't got much colour on there because what I want to do is I can go back over that a bit later. Or you can start at the bottom and then when you get to the top, you've got a natural highlight. But again, it's really easy to do this. And this, if you just activate the tip of the brush, you're not going to get, I don't think I've got any more bluebells, have I? So I'm going to touch the green bird there. So you can do a watercolour effect or you can go on full on colour depending on what you want to do. This is quite an easy way to work. So we're going to give him a bit of a yellow head. And didn't touch much colour, but I picked up quite a lot. And just a little tap, because these are ink 10s, are so vibrant. I'm going to have a bit of a red on that one there. Now, one thing I do have in this set is a little tiny brush. From this set here. And I popped it somewhere. It's a little tiny brush, and it's from the Winsor Newton little set. So again, sometimes you want the full green leaf. This is a nice dark, gorgeous dark green leaf. And I just activate the tip. I always find that's kind of quite nice to do. I can't really see what I'm doing very well, so this is not going to be very good, I'm afraid. But you can get the idea of what you're doing. Excuse me. But again, you've got to remember they are quite intense. They're very strong, these colours. So we can get some very lovely pales, or we can get some very dark ones. And then you can use the palette to mix if you want. It's very quick this way, very therapeutic. This is art for therapy. This isn't... sorry, there was a sneeze. This is art for therapy. This isn't going in for an art exhibition. And of course I didn't take the yellow off, the lighter green off, so I've got a different tone already. And I tend to do that quite a lot, actually. And it's probably... excuse me. It's probably the consistency of a marker pen. So we can go down here. I've got all these greens, and this has been activated, but it'll activate back. Look, you can, even though it's an Inktense. So I've got now a different green. I had about 30 different greens, I think. Oh, just bear me 2 seconds. Just have to check something. Just bear with me. 2 seconds. Oh, excuse me. So I just squeeze and get rid of that green. It's quite well behaved. I do like this number 1 brush. You've got that red. But if you look here, I've got some purple. Oh, sorry, the purple's there. So if you put the purple, and you know, sometimes I mess these up, but that's fine, they're very well behaved. I've got kind of a pinky red now, or a dull red. That's quite a nice dull red. And I actually quite like that, so I'm going to use that here, I think. Now, I won't get much of a watercolour effect, and I am going over the lines because my hands are really bad at the minute. So apologies for that, but at least you can see the technique. And so I've got a little bit of a... And if you just touch again, that's all you need. That colour would do several pages quite easily. Again, start at the bottom one. And this, if you just activate the tip of the brush, you probably get the consistency of a marker. Best way to describe it. A perpetual marker, that's how I like it. So, of course, absolutely nothing through, and dried almost instantly, which is exactly what we want. Oh, let me see if I can get that better. Is that better, guys? That might be a bit better. Hi, Kingo. Welcome. Welcome. Hi, Marilyn. Anybody else popping in? Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Apologies for the croaky voice. So we've got red and the purple to make a purple red, but it's a dull one. So actually, I quite like that. So I'm going to do this as well. You can have a lot stronger colours than this. I'm just playing with the colours. Apart from the brights, I could actually use this palette and do several pages quite easily. And again, I love it. I didn't want it, but I didn't take any paints with me. I was quite determined to play with the light, fast pencils, but I was really poorly in Ireland. And hubby took me to an art shop, and I saw this, and it was a bit more in Ireland. I think it was €25. But I saw it and I thought, I actually kind of like that. Now, I don't like this green. It's a bit of what I call a fake green. But if you mix the two together, you know, I've got quite a few greens on there. Or, and again, look what I do with this. They're so well behaved, these paints. Absolutely love them. Sorry, oh, no, I've got a shadow now, guys, sorry. You can use that, and you can use the darker blue. And you can make your own greens. Look how hundreds of greens. So we've got two. You can make the greens. We've got two greens. We've got, sorry, three greens. We've got two yellows. And we've got two blues. So we've got all these three. So we can add this yellow to these three greens to give us another 4 colours. That's just one ratio, 50-50. You could do 70-30. You can do 70-30. So there's about 100 greens there. Then you can do the same with the yellow. Add that yellow to these greens and you've got hundreds more. Then you can mix this yellow with these two blues. Sorry, you can do the blues with the greens and change the colours again. The purple blue, mix that with these three. You've got hundreds of different colours. Then you can take that yellow and mix it with those two blues in different ratios and get lots and lots of blues. That orange and those, sorry, the orange yellow, they call it mango. It's almost like a, I'd call that gamboge. It's very similar to gamboge. That one, with these, you will get olive colours. And if you make an orange, which I did there, I've got a beautiful orange because we don't have an orange in this system. You make an orange and you mix it with all the hundreds of greens you've then got hundreds of olive greens. Oh, sorry guys, I can't even hold that. So there's lots of different things you can do. One of the other things I like to do, which I've forgotten, is have a little bit of a, whoops, avalanche. A little bit of a, oh, look at that lovely green. You see, that green isn't in there, but I've made it. And that's going to be my Christmas green to go in here. So this set is, again, it's easy to use. So if I start at the bottom here, and again, a beautiful, sorry, somebody's playing in the, why they want to play in the litter tray, I have no idea. So just that little, it's so quick, so quick. Now I can do this if I want, and you can see, oh, my hands are shaking, guys. You can see we've got a pale version. So these are two different greens just by adding water. And those colours there, apart from the bird, all these are made colours. I've made them by mixing them. And again, that's why the colouring at the end will have some consistency. I hope that makes sense, guys. Does that make sense? I keep trying to look at chat. Apologise. I'm going to lose chat. I'm going to lose. Oh my goodness. Oh, bye V. Thank you for joining us. I apologise. I've lost. Have a lovely afternoon. And again, I don't like to waste this colour, so I'll think of something pale. So I've got these leaves down here. Again, it's the same green, but it's getting paler and paler and paler. And again, I can say that it's gone from that to this. Now when I do this, I haven't wasted a lot of colour. I can touch that again and go back into here. If you wanted it, once you've done this technique for a little bit, you find what's easiest. So then you can get symmetrical colour as well, if that's the right word. But it doesn't bother me that one leaf is going to be darker than the other on the other side. It's the same, roughly the same colour. And I'm quite naughty for mixing the colours, but they're so well behaved. So I've got a flat colour now. So this is going to look very much like a marker. This is going to look just like you've done it with a marker. But of course, you're just activating the tip of the brush. If I were to kind of jiggle this around a bit more, I'd release more water. And that's why I can do a bigger space and do a small space with the same brush. And again, I've made those smaller leaves, they're solid colour. And I'm not going to get rid of this colour, and again, they're dry. It's a little bit wetter than normal, but again, you're just stroking the page because we do not want too much water and too much rubbing, but we can get away with that. I think I'm going to do all these and this colour, I think. You just have to, so you can either do the same thing all the way through and then you don't get lost. And you will get a slight variation. Because every time I touch it now, I don't have all that green in there. But you can touch that and go back if you want to get it again. We'll do that one. The very tiny spaces, I do like the little tiny brush, but actually when I've looked at it, it's not as small as this brush. And that one is the little tiny silver one that you get in the Winsor & Newton sets. But this one won't go to a point now because I've used it and used it and used it. But my new one does. So the tiny spaces, it will do that. I kind of like this colour for this, the tiny leaves. It's kind of nice, although maybe should be maybe greener really, I suppose. And again, now this is therapeutic colouring. This is colouring for therapy. This is just picking a colour, not thinking about it too much, just picking a colour and going for it. I now have to really look at things because I forget what colours I've been using. Alfie Cross, should you be sitting on there? No. Here he is. Here's the boy. Should you be sitting on the back of the sofa, Alfie Cross? Alfie? Alfie? You've been a good boy? Yes. Don't buy Laura Ashley sofas and have an Alfie because they'll be trashed. Alfie's doing very well with the kittens. We keep letting him in. We just got to keep an eye on him. But it's good for the kittens because, of course, if somebody wants to adopt a kitten and they have a dog. So we try to kind of... but you do have to be extremely careful. You would be anyway with your own cats. And again, I've got a completely different red, but I do like that. And I think that's the little girl cat. And she does nothing but trough. And she's bigger than the boys. Because it was quite funny. Because when we got the kittens, they'd been already sexed. And one said, oh, you have the two boys. And we had Hissy Spitty. And Hissy Spitty... When Hissy Spitty came, it was supposed to be a boy. So I put them in to take them to the vets, never thinking. And when I got one out, I was putting the last one in, I was thinking, there's no bobbly bits. This is supposed to be a boy, and he doesn't have any bobbly bits. So I mentioned it to the vets. I said, well, these are our two. I said, but the other two that we that we said we'd take on because the other person that had the other two was going away. And I said to the vet, well, that is supposed to be a boy. Here's his notes, because they've all got their notes, they're all chipped. I said, but, oh, actually, that reminds me, I might have to just tell them that it needs redoing, because he doesn't have any bobbly bits. So I said, doesn't that make him a little girl? And I said, the one that I put in has got bobbly bits, and that's supposed to be a girl. So, Hissy Spitty, who we thought was the girl, wasn't. It was a little boy. And he's the one that purrs constantly when you pick him up. He's the first one the one I got on his own. But when they've got poorly eyes, it's you've got to be careful because when you're picking them up and you're wiping their eyes 3 or 4 times a day, putting drops in and cleaning them, although we use tea bags, obviously not hot tea bags, we use tea bags. See how nice, and I haven't even thought about these colours. And yet I kind of like them. And completely different that I normally would work. When you think, you know, when I look at the hydras, I just think hydras. But I've just played with bits of colour, and yet that's still very therapeutic, and it's still very pretty. So cats, then the cats, of course, and the kittens don't really like you because you've been poking them, prodding them. Now, as I say, this brush I've had, this is the original one because the number's worn off, the number 1 doe, it's worn off it. That's how old it is. And yet I can still do some quite fine work with it. But I got the other one out, and that's why I took it out. I had the little silver one in there. But when you draw this one back, it doesn't always go, oops, it doesn't go to a point. I haven't washed that since I got it, so it's been through Ireland. If you draw it back, it doesn't quite go to a point, and yet I'm still getting some quite nice effects. I like that red, actually. I think I like that red, but I might go for... if we wanted a brighter red, we can take that red, and we can be very naughty and just go on to the orange, because it's very forgiving, this. And I am seriously considering buying another one. That's how much I love it, and I fell in love with it when I went to Ireland. So I've got quite a lot of this red now. So if I did the bottom, and then that would be paler, you see that's a brighter red. And again, oops, no, it is going to get lighter. Again, my hands are really bad at the minute, and I am at a very funny angle. So if you were sitting comfortably, then you could, oops, I see, I'm going, but there's some tiny spaces there. Oh, it's all gone quiet. The kittens are finally tired. So thanks for stopping by, guys. Sorry about the coughing and the kittens and the elf master. And I was hanging on not to do the room because we were having the floor put down. I got some tiles to put down. So I thought, well, there's no point moving hundreds of books twice. But we decided, just having a spot of bother trying to see where I'm going, because I don't really want to mess this up. And I just love the consistency. You can have it kind of wishy-washy, or you can just kind of keep plodding along, or you can go back and get that rich red again down there. Oops, sorry guys, you've got some sun now. So I've got a little bit of a highlight on there. Oh, hi Jerry, welcome to Buddy's Designs. Hi Bob W. Oh, excuse me guys, real bad cough. There's the elf master. Hello, little boy. He can't stand being there because of the kittens. And we're having a bit of a chill, the kittens. What are you doing now? Oh, they weren't playing there. Yes, it's definitely not a room that you can be precious with. Oh, Alfie, don't sit on the sofa. Oh, look at him. He's gone to sleep where the cat goes to sleep, on the sofa. And squishing things down, honestly. Such a bad puppy. So you just have to be, I say, a little bit careful with him because he gets a little bit carried away. So I did have a bit of a play with this and did some alterations. But I wanted to do something that was easy today, so I was working with these Inktense pencils, Inktense watercolours. So I managed to get a little bit of a watercolour effect on there. I think I was touching this red, wasn't I? So again, you can mix the two together to get a purple if you want another purple. I'm quite really naughty with this set, I have to say. I put colours over the top of colours. So I'm a little bit naughty because I kind of really do gunk them up. But if we put that orange with that green, we've now got a very dark olive colour, which would probably do quite well with this one here. Oh, that's a nice olive colour, that one. It's almost an ochre brown, I think, is that one, isn't it? Oh my goodness gracious me, guys. It's like having a drop of evening sun, but obviously it's not. And again, I've activated a bit more of the brush, and it's a little bit wetter. So I'm going to go over here to do this side now. No, the kittens aren't tired yet, guys, sorry. We did have a bit of a kitten cam this morning. Oh, I've got a bit of fluff on the end of that one as well. For the tiny, really tiny spaces, I would do it with the smaller, with the brush that has now that's a little bit wetter, it's a little bit bigger space, just very carefully. But of course the Joanna one, like the Hannah Carlson's, their paper can take that little bit more, as can the Kirby Roseanne's. So you can use that in any of the colour books that I've just mentioned. The only ones are the really thin ones that are like photocopy paper. But of course what you can do is photocopy them, and then you can trash the photocopy and you've still got the other one for something else. So there are ways around it. But I kind of like those colours. They're kind of growing on me. They're not my normal colours. And I found that with this set, I used them on the ferry. So again, I'm quite naughty, but if we take that, we can get, I don't think the poinsettia is yellow in the middle, but we're going to do it yellow in the middle anyway. And of course, because there's an Inktense and these are light fast, so you don't have to use them like this. Hoping that sun's not going to do too much damage. Oh, they've got this thing about playing with that. It's so annoying. What else have we got that's yellow? Because I've got very strong yellow on here. I think I'll do yellow and purple, so I do. You see, that's a little bit wetter, but very well behaved. And that's the one that I've done. This is the one that I've drawn. And I only had my archival pen. I can't find my rotary pen. And the 0.25 is the exact thickness of that. I'm going to do that gold, actually, I think, as well. And I think maybe... Oh dear, the kittens are still sneezes. But fingers crossed they'll be better soon. And Bungle is so big and so snotty. So I'm going to have a look at the purple. Again, I do keep that there so that I know that one is the purple one. That one. and go back down here. So I've got a bit stronger colours here. Now you can make a brighter purple than that. It's a bit dull, is that one actually. So let's see if we can. That's slightly better. Put some red in it. That's better. I'm going to leave that one for the minute. That's quite dramatic. Don't think I like that, but never mind. So this is, again, not much mess. It's a bit too dramatic, that, but it'll be fine. I keep going over the edges, sorry guys, but you can do a better job than me. So we've got some deeper colours there. So hi guys, thanks for stopping by. I hope everybody's okay. I'm having a play with this Joanna Bassett. So I've got a bit paler colour now. I kind of like to thinking I might do the... Oh, I've got a bauble there. Again, now you can look at the colours you've got. So you've got red and a green, but it's a different red and green. The little baubles will do these. We may as well do these little things and then we can forget about them. They shouldn't... I think they should be white, but I'm doing them this colour. And there's 3 on this side. And I've still got quite a lot of paint on here, so it might make the poinsettia colour actually. Let's have a look. Yes. And again, as I say, normally it would go to a beautiful point, this paintbrush, but this is an older one, so you know, I've used it and used it and used it and used it, so it's fine for doing an ordinary page. Then I keep the other one for the finer sections. And I had put that little Winsor Newton one in, but when I actually looked at it, this is finer. A newer version of this #1 Derwent brush is a lot finer than the very tiny little brush. I don't think I've got one handy to show. No, I haven't. But it's a very small silver one. Oh, have you made me a cup of tea, bless you. Doesn't look very nice. So we can clean the brush, get rid of that purple if we want. And we can have a nice, we've got red, we've got purple and yellow. Now that green would go because it is the green, isn't it, there? So, I don't always like this Viridian. I'm not really a Viridian girl, but it'll just be a little bit different. And again, that's quick. And when the sun goes, it'll show that there's maybe a bit of a highlight on there. So again, just the same amount of a touch. Do the bottom one. A bigger space, just activating that brush just a bit more. And then the top one, I might just have to steal the tiniest little bit. And that's the flower. So we just have the one leaf on there. And then we can go back to this colour here and go back in and do our other poinsettia. Another way to do it is how I did the roses. You have a dead flat colour, but you go to different areas. So with the Cubby Roseanne roses, I did one colour, touch it, and then went to different areas, so the leaves weren't really touching each other. So it looked like they were all coloured differently, but they weren't. I like this colour down here. Oh, I think the kittens have gone to sleep. We'll have another kitten cam in a second. It's quite good to get them when they've had a play and they're tired and they're dopey. That's another time. Or they've just been fed. So there's lots of different ways to take feral kittens and humanise them. So, and being in the same room, they're listening to my voice. I haven't been in here very much, so that's why I moved back in, so that I can be with the kittens. And they can play around me and get used to me being in the same room, and that's quite important. But definitely have a go as a rescue centre. Excuse me, playing with cats. And it doesn't have to be kittens. It doesn't have to be kittens. Jessie's upstairs. Jessie's 5 or 6 years old. She's been traumatised and she's an absolute delight. In fact, I was very tempted to keep her, but I know she'll have a better life somewhere else. But I'm very attached to Jessie Doodles. She's perfectly all right in the bedroom, but she doesn't like being out of the bedroom. So when I bring her down here, she's not a happy girl. So she can't be housed with cats or other dogs, but she doesn't really like anything. But she's quite affectionate, so she's doing okay. But some kittens cats have to be a bit more special than others. Oh, thank you, darling, thank you. It is actually, it's better than I thought, because I messed up with the baubles. You see, it's the wrong pen. But again, this is what I class as therapy, just picking this up and doing colours. And it's easy. It has to be easy. Sometimes you just want easy. And this number 1 Derwent brush it won't do a Bible page, but it will do almost every other page. It will do fairly thin work. But the Joanna Basford's ones, excuse me, they'll be fine. I haven't got many blue things, so let's have some blue baubles here. And again, I just like the way I've got a dirty brush, so I've got a grungy blue, so I kind of like that. Don't have to always be bright. And I think that's a brighter blue, and we'll just have a stripe on that one. So thanks for joining me, guys. I hope you're all getting Christmassy. I've got my Christmas jumper on. Oh my goodness, have to show you the kittens. If we can see the, let me see if I can stand up, just a second. Do excuse the mess. We threw everything in here yesterday, so it's got hundreds and hundreds of things thrown everywhere. So look what they've done to my lampshades. There's the boy asleep. Where's the other one? There's one missing. So there should be 3 black cats, and there's the boy, look. He's beautiful, isn't he? Hello, darling. So this is the time to get them now. So I pop that back there. So if I do this, you'll see just how messy. If you look at all the mess. And when I went to put the shelf at the top, it's too long to fit in because we've got the books behind, all the books. So all these shelves are empty and all the books are on the floor. And then I've got my desk. Look at the mess. Oh my goodness. So there's lots of work to do. That's my Christmas jumper that I bought for the Abbey. And I look terrible, guys. I've been up all night. So we'll have a kitten cam. Oh, look, I brought the pen. Oh, that's another older one, but it's still got a bit of point on it. You see the point? Probably not. It's a better point. I did bring that, and it's a full brush. The other good thing about the Derwent brush is... Oh, it's going to run away. Oh, he's there, look. What have you done with my lampshade? My lampshades, they just will not leave where they're supposed to be. Will you? No. Come on, little one. It's time for snuggles. No, no. Yes, there is 3. What have you got on you? Where have you been? Honestly. They've trashed this room completely, but that's fine. So if I do that, you can see there were 3 of them. They were hiding. So there's the there's we think that's the girl. That one. Will we pinch and zoom or not? No. Look at my messy room. So there's the 3 kittens, and the little boy is down there somewhere. When he comes back, I'll pick him up. He's so gorgeous. So very strange. 3 black cats and 1 tabby. But he's absolutely scrumdiddlyumptious. So if you've got any questions, guys, I just have to read chat. I'm trying to keep... Yeah. Well, I'm back in the room again, Tala. I'm back in the room again. We decided to make this, because the dining room is now a bunny room. So we decided to make this back into a room and put some blinds up so that in the summer it's not going to be too hot. And also, because I'm going to be in here more, the kittens are going to be with somebody. So there's a very old sofa which they can trash, bless them. And I'm going to hang some... I thought I'd broken a bone in my ankle because my ankle is so sore. And so I went to the what was I going to say? So my hubby took me to Casualty, and I never pick a magazine up, never. It's very, very rare. And I picked a magazine up, and I saw this. And luckily, he said there wasn't a bone broken in the ankle. But I found this, and I thought, well, we weren't going to use the room because we were going to have the tiles put down in the room because we've just got concrete. And I was thinking that it was going to be so bad. But we didn't want to move the books twice because hundreds of books. But we decided we would. But I saw this, And I thought, well, actually, because we've got a concrete floor, that's going to work quite well. So that's the theme for our Christmas. It's going to be white, white and sparkly, with green. And I'm going to find some jam jars and old glass that I have, and I'm going to hang some lights. So the table is going under here, so I'll have to put the big desk down, and then the dining table's going in the middle. But we can hang things from the pole in the middle. So it's definitely going to be a more used room than just my studio, so that's going to be quite good. Yeah, I quite like those colours, and again, I wouldn't normally do that, but it's because I'm probably mixing some grungy colours in there. And I use this, if I look at this one of them's got a better point on. You can read the Derwent #1 brush on that one. So when you squeeze the water out and drag it and twist it, you see you're going to get a point. Both of these have been used quite a lot because they go feathery in the end. But they're perfectly all right. But when you get that fine point, you can do finer than even the very tiny little brush, which I can't find, and I've got hundreds of them. It's the one that they have in the Winsor & Newton little travel set, which I had one in my hand a couple of hours ago. It's just oh, that's the other thing. The kittens move all sorts of things about. So we're getting there, hopefully. But we decided that because we were poorly and hubby's not well, that we wouldn't try to do it for Christmas because it's just not worth it. Unfortunately, Nigel's mum's not well, and I still have my headache. So, which I've had since August. So it's getting like an annoying friend now, or an annoying relative. You can't get rid of it, but you don't like it very much. And again, these grungy colours, pale colours, I wouldn't normally pick, but they just tend to kind of just work really well. And because I'm using all the colours, and I've mixed the colours from colours. I didn't drink that one, darling, sorry. We're all kind of a bit grotty here. Oh, thank you. Oh, hi, Julie's Art. Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Oh, thank you, darling. Yeah. Nigel, the tea master. Oh my goodness, that's good. It's got honey in it. So I apologise for the grottiness. But yeah, it should look good. I may have to take some baskets down because I can't put too much weight on there. So I'm just going to see if I can play about with this light. So again, because I've done this, these colours I've used. I wonder if I've got the book. Just bear with me a second. I took one colour book with me, and I took my light fast pencils and a sketchbook. But I was so poorly. I think it was the Cœur de Rosanne one. Let me just have a look. Phantomorphia. I don't think, yes, it was that. Yes, that's the one. And I love that. There's a video, but I just can't get that on video. That one I did on the ferry on the way home with the #1 water brush and these. And I'd only just bought them, so I'd never used them before. I think I did 2 pages, didn't I? Yes, I did that one first. So I finished that one. And then ferry was about 4 hours. And then I did that. But I really love that one. And again, I wouldn't normally, and I did get a bit of a watercolour effect in certain places. But all I was doing was just touching and jiggling, just like that. But I did it on here. And you can see the colours as well that I've used. So all those colours are in here. And yeah, it's done that page. It's done the first page. It's done a bit of that. And I am quite naughty with this set. So I'm going to buy another one. I'm going to ask them for Christmas from the daughters, because I want to keep one perfect. But this one is just purely for colouring. And I did like the watercolour effect. You can get the watercolour effect. So, again, I like the fact that, and you wouldn't really believe that they were done with the same palette. And a number 1 Derwent brush. I might do another one in a minute. Let me have a look. Let's have a look at this one and see. And it's very quick as well, which is another thing that's quite amazing. Oh, look. We've got that teal colour for the dragons and purples. That might look quite good. Some of the kittens just won't give in. Yes, I might do that one in a second. We'll have another bit of a play. I'll finish this one off first. It won't be all finished because I'm going to alter the pages like I did with this one. But this one I didn't like. This is the one I drew. And of course my curls are awful. So I decided to... So I'm going... Again, you know, I bought this book last year. After Christmas it was a £5. But it's still a lovely colour book to do, even probably in 10 years, this will still be a lovely book to buy. Because it's a Christmas book. So if you've got any questions. So we started out how to alter pages, but I've got the wrong pen and I don't like it. So I'm not going to do any more to it. I can't find my rotary pen. The Isograph rotary pen 0.25 is exactly the same width as this one, and it fills with India permanent ink, so that is slightly bigger. That one, I mean, it doesn't really matter once you get it coloured, I don't think. So I used this one, which is the Micron archival ink. Now I don't buy these because they're not refillable, but it came in the Bible journaling set. But I used my Indian ink fine liner rotary Isograph pen for my Bible journaling. So thanks for watching. Let me just see, anybody got any questions? I've got to kind of hunt to find chat. And I just have to tell my hubby something a second. Oh, did that say with the Christmas one? Yes, it would, wouldn't it? If Kirby brought a Christmas one out, yes, it would be. It would be quite spectacular, wouldn't it? So because we've got a concrete floor, I just have to tell hubby this. Spare me 2 seconds. Why are my books on the floor? Oh, these kittens are just flayed, and I mean flayed out. They're flayed out, and he'll be in the drawer. He climbs in the drawer. Nigel, the little man sent a message. It's on the phone if you want to have a look. He sent a message. He's not going to move it because obviously it's too windy. He's going to wrap a tarpaulin up, but he wants to call for the awning, so we need to get it ready.
Okay, come in.
I haven't told him where I live, but I didn't know whether.
If you want to,
There.
I can try and go down there and meet them if you want.
It's up to you. That's what he's put. I just thought the one, yeah, because that's what you read the message and you text him. Right, let's find the little boy in here. We'll have a very quick kitten cam. Oh yes, he's in the drawer. I can't show you guys. He's in the drawer. The kittens are so strange. I'm just going to move the camera really quickly because this is just too cute for words, guys. Sorry if you're not a kitten guy. I apologise. I'm going to try not... Don't drop the pen. I have to show you this. Now, excuse the floor. Look at them. They've trashed everything. They are tired kittens. Look at this one. Are you asleep? Are you not asleep? No, darling. We think that's a little girl because she's the most troublesome one. So they're the boys. And look at this baby here. Oh, excuse the mess. Books everywhere. From my china cabinet. And in there, oh, he's moved. Because I opened the drawer. He goes in the back of the cupboard. I don't know where he's gone now. He goes in the back of the cupboard. So, hopefully, oh, it's quite nice and sunny now. Look at that. Oh, look at the bits on the roof now. So this is definitely the kitten corner. So we decided that, oh, that's the plants. They tipped every plant up last night. And we had everything lovely and neat. Got all my bits and pieces that need to go away. And my lampshade, they've just trashed it to bits. So there, all my books need sorting out again. All the colour books. And then build up the messy desk. And then I've got my draftsman's desk there. And the dining table is full of books as well. So it's very messy. But we did move it late last night, so we were quite stressed. So apologies for the... But he's moved now. He just sleeps in the drawer. And he's the only tabby. So we'll have a very quick... He'll be coming out soon to snuggle with his guys. But he's like Bungle. He doesn't sleep with the others. It's very strange. I don't know what it is about them. He just does not want to snuggle with them. I just have to have a mouthful of tea. And I'll go find the kitten. So bear with me a second, guys. Have a slurp of tea. Oh, thanks, guys. Yes, we're pretty sure she's... but you can be in this room with them and humanise them. I'm coming out, darling, just a minute.
I'll meet there about 3 o'clock if you want.
Okay, you tell him that then. I'm just looking for this kitten. Yeah, do you want to text him that then? I don't know where he's gone. Oh, he's there, he's coming out. He's going to go sleep with his brothers. I'm just waiting for him. Hello, darling. Go jump up there, snuggle with the brothers. And they love the sun in this room. We'll have a bit of a kitten cam. And he was just all quiet, weren't you? You were just all quiet. So this is the only tabby. And he's scrumptious. And apologies, guys, no makeup on. I've been up all night. I'm really poorly. And I look frightful. So, apologies. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Look at the baby boy. Isn't he scrumptious? He's scrumped light pair. Come on. I know we're not going to do the cry. We're not going to do that, are we? No. So let's have a look. See if we can have a scrummy scrum scrush. We do nom 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 noms. And we might get a purr. We might get a purr. See if we get a purr. But he's got white socks. Look. All the others are black and he's a little white boy. He's a little tabby with little white socks. He's just scrumptious. Are we going to have a... We might have a purr in a minute. There we go. The motor's going. Can we hear the motor guy? Hello, darling. Nom, 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 nom. We have yum, 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 yums. Isn't he delicious? The minute you pick them up, they purr. And this is how we humanise the puppies. Yum, 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 yums. Isn't he scrumptious? I could just do this all day. He's obviously a head boy. He likes his forehead tickled. Some like their ears tickled. Some are chin babies. Some are ear babies. And Jessie likes her belly rubbed. But he obviously is a forehead boy, aren't you? But he's absolutely scrumptious. We could just eat him for dinner. So this is what we do, guys. We just sit and play with kittens. Don't we, darling? And they get so used to it. Isn't he scrumdiddly-umptious? He's nearly ready to go, this one. And he can purr for England. But he's scrumptious. He's scrummy, scrummy, scrummy. I could eat him. Sorry, guys, if you're not into puddy tats. But he's scrumptious. You're going to sleep. So we hold them and snuggle them, and then we put them down. Best time is when they've been eating and they've got full bellies. They've had a play. They've got little pink feet. Look, because they're all clean. Little babies. And they purr for England. He's a little doll. He's the most skittish one of them all, actually. So let's see if we can find another one. Are you going to purr and sit with the babies? There we go. You go sit on there then. There's a good one. Hello, darling. Oh, no. Who are you? Hello, darling. This is another little yum, 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 yum. It takes a while to get to purr. Gosh, look at my messy desk, guys. This is another one. Yum, 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 yums. Are you having yum, 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 yums? So all the others, there's 2 boys and a girl that are this colour. You're having yum, 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 yums. And we just snuggle them until they purr. And then we put them, they're not going to purr. One of them is Hissy Spitty, we call him. No, we might not get a purr. We had a purr earlier, didn't we? It doesn't take long normally. It doesn't take long. But this is all Samantha's hard work. And there's Bungle. I have to show you Bungle because Bungle is scrumptious. And Jessie's doing well. And Betsy Doodles is doing well. You're not going to purr, are you? You're not quite tired yet. You have to catch them when they're right. And yeah, you've seen Bungle. I'm going to go get Bungle. So that was all the others look like this. I know. And they're all thin apart from the Tabby. Tabby's waking up now. Let's just go get Bungle. We'll have a quick Bungle count. Because Bungle is scrumptious. Hi, Bob. Oh, this is going to be difficult. This is going to be so difficult because this is the big boy. Do you remember the little tiny kitten we had a year ago? It was his birthday last week. This is tiny Bungle. Look at the Bungle. He's huge. He's such a big cat. He's huge, is our Bungle. This is little baby Bungle. There was a little tiny kitten asleep. Aren't you, Bungle? He wants to play with the kittens. And he likes num 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 nums too, don't you, darling? So this is our Bungle. Look at him, isn't he beautiful now? He's such a big boy, he's huge. Aren't you? You're huge, darling, aren't you? So Bungle's doing quite well too. He's still snotty though, aren't you, darling? So you can have kittens and they can get up to be beautiful big boys, like our Bungle. And he wants to play with the kittens and he can't yet. Can you? So he's absolutely humongous, is our Bungle. I know, I'm going to take you back now. And all the kittens, because he's the same colour. Whoops! Sorry, Puss. You're going there then. There's a good boy. it's done 3 back, so have a look. I'm not going to pick anybody else up. You're a bit gungy-eyed, aren't you? Can we have a look at you? Because you're asleep, aren't you? Very quickly, guys, we'll just have the other one. This one was asleep. So one of them, they've got pulley eyes. One, you've still got pulley eyes, haven't you? Yes. See if we can have a purr. We're going to have a purr. You have to find out if it's a chin boy or an ear girl. Num 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 nums. Oh, you're hissy spitty, aren't you? You're hissy spitty. Some of them are not quite as... He's got a little bit of white on his tummy like Bungle. Aren't you? Hello, darling. Hello. Normally when you pick them up they purr, but it's Samantha that's done all the work. And they do tend to bond with us. I know, I've picked you up and moved you now, darling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I bought my Christmas jumper yesterday for the Abbey. Here's my Christmas jumper with the bells. I thought it'd be silly. So let's turn that back round very quickly. And de-gunk ourselves of cats. You can't have a nice room when you have kitties. So an art room is quite good because you can be messy. Just have to have a... He's huge, isn't he? Excuse me. Yeah, he's quite huge, is our Bungle. Our Bungle, cannot believe how big he is. So Samantha bought him birthday presents for his birthday last year. We've had him a year last week. And he's still snotty, bless him. And he may never get better, but we don't care. We love him anyway. Are you okay, Nigel? Oh, sorry guys, we're all poorly around here. We're all poorly. So I think as it is a travel set or a quick little watercolouring set, you can see that one goes a bit finer, that one. And that's the one that you can actually read the Derwent on it, so it's newer than this one. But considering how much I've used that one, it's still a wonderful little pen. It's done all that work. I did take that one. I did all the work with that one. And a full brush will do you quite a few pages as well. And of course, my favourite thing is the top goes on the end of the paintbrush. And that does two things. It's probably not... It's not really a weight thing, although it is. So it balances it nice, but it also makes it a nice length. And there's something that's quite nice using a bit longer brush, even though it's just the lid. But it means that you never lose the ends, because if you put these somewhere, I always forget them. I mean, you could put them into the bottom of there, but I just like the fact that not all the brushes do the tops actually fit at the back. And you can put this one in here. I have done it. You just put your top on, empty the brush. And I would do this. I will have this one in there, obviously without water, instead of the little one that was in there, because I love my #1 watercolour brush. Absolutely love it. It's my favourite. You could do anything with it. And it is my favourite. And you can get some quite fine spaces as well. Oh, excuse me. Has anybody else got any questions? I just have to rest my throat for a second. So I want to finish that, but I want to kind of draw some more. So I will try to do a video for that. I've been trying to stop saying that I'm going to do things because I forget what I'm going to do, but I will try to do that. I think I'm going to have a go with this one really quickly. Let me see what else we've got. Oh, we have the peacock there. I think that's... Oh, I think I did that one as well. I can't remember when I did that one. I can't remember. I think that's Peerless. I'm pretty sure that's Peerless. That was pens as well. The other one I was doing in the markers. Oh, no, I think we might have to go with this one. It's not very Christmassy, but I think we'll go with this one. I have a blue butterfly. I just love the simplicity of it, and I'm not normally, I have lots of these sets and they don't normally do things for me, but because these are Inktense and they're light fast, they kind of just appeal to me. Oh no, I've got a bit too wet there, so I'll just get rid of that. This is and that's the old brush. This has the other one. This is the one with a better point on it. So that's what I'm going to use. I kind of like yellow daisies, but I want a blue butterfly, and I love this blue. So I think I'm just going to pick the blue. And I do what I normally do is just, again, I love the fact you can open it, pick the brush up and go, and touch and go. I just love that. It's just so... Oh, sorry guys, this is going to drive me a bit potty. I've woken the babbies up now. So you can kind of pale to dark. So you get about, instantly there's 10 different ones as normal from the block and the pencil as well. They are probably a lot stronger than using the Inktense from my little book of watercolours. But there's something just quite nice. And the lovely thing is, there's no pressure on your hands. I'm not disappointed with the light fast Derwent pencils. I'm disappointed with my hands because I so wanted to use them, and I'm not quite sure it's going to happen because you see that is a quite tiny space, that, and this brush is doing perfectly all right in there. Just not sure how I'm going to cope. Well, I didn't expect the sunshine today, I have to say. Bungle's terrible for winding Alfie up. He's so naughty. He's definitely found his feet as Bungle. That's Alfie poddling around. And again, it doesn't matter where you are with this, you can just...
I'm going now, Heather.
All right, darling. Have you got all the bits and pieces?
I think so.
Okay. All right, darling. Thank you.
Phone there.
No, thank you, darling.
I might call it and get some, see if I can get some cat.
Oh, yes. Jane will send some. Nigel, go to the pound. Oh, yeah, just get the usual one. And yeah. The RSPCA has a lock-up where we get, because obviously feeding all these monsters, we have a lot of monsters to feed that aren't ours. So going back to fostering, it's very good for your soul, and it's very, very easy. And I really didn't think I could do anything of use. So my daughter used to go clean the pens out at the RSPCA. And we went as a family for an open day to show support, buy a few plants and things as you do. And I was playing with a leaf through the wires of these kittens in this pen. And I said, well, I'd love to help, but I said, I can't do anything, I'm in a wheelchair. And they said, oh no, you can play with kittens. So that's how it happened. And I have to say, I'm sure I get a lot more out of it than they do. It's so, so therapeutic. And I wish I'd known about walking dogs for the RSPCA and local rescue centres as well, because they need dog walkers. So there's always, you don't have, if you love animals but can't have one, there's always things you can do. And there is something quite nice and quite kind of, when I had to give up work, it was like, oh, well, I'm useless now. I'm just a burden to society and the family. But when you do voluntary work, it actually makes you feel quite normal again. I love the, very simply, but it's different. It's not flat colour. Does that make sense? And again, it's because this very strong colour is taken to very pale. And I'm not really thinking about where it's happening. I'm just kind of just pulling it around. So again, this is quite nice. Sorry guys, I'm on a rabbit trail again. So definitely find what's your thing. And again, the Abbey is another thing. I never thought that I would feel so good, even though it absolutely trashes my ankles. And I can't walk for 2 days, which, you know, people would say, well, why on earth do you do it if you can't walk for 2 days? But I don't need to walk for 2 days, because the 2 days in between me going, I recover. But again, it does more for the heart and the soul than it does the body, really. But it's the only exercise I get, so it's better than sitting on the sofa feeling sorry for yourself, which is very easy to do, I have to say. You can't do that when you've got 4 kittens kicking about, though. So, although we've got art for therapy, we've also... and I've managed to get art for therapy in the Abbey as well. So again, it's a safe place. People can come and I can show them this technique. It's not very expensive. They can come to the Abbey for a couple of hours and buy a cake and a pot of tea. And we charge £1 for a pot of tea and £1 for a toasted tea cake or a piece of cake. So all goes to our new roof that we want. And still on with the, when I get rid of the headache, because again, I can't draw, so this is quite therapeutic for me, because I can't concentrate to draw anything. It's very difficult for me. Somebody's eating something in there. These kittens never stop troughing. It's because I woke them up. It's like, oh, we're going to eat now. So Amy is also in art for therapy. So excuse me. So we've got a colouring. Three Tuesdays before Christmas, we've got colouring. I really do like that. And it's very quick as well. And again, something else. I like doing pages but sometimes I don't want to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And of course, the other lovely thing about that is I've got the Inktense pencils here, and this will go in the pouch. This goes in the pouch. And this, sorry, Alfie's sitting on the sofa again. This, you can put your colour book in here, and this is the A4 folio from Derwent, and I bought 2. So I've got my Inktense pencils, and I would probably keep these 2 together. I'd keep this and these together because there's not much difference in them, and I can use them in different ways. And these are £19.99, these are £20, and it's an A4 folio that you can put the sketchbook in. So I've got my Inktense pencils in one, and I bought another one for my Lightfast pencils, because it's a slightly smaller setup. So I've got my pencils here, and of course we've only got 36, and then I've got my sketchbook, and I put the erasers and things in there if I wanted to use those. So I like that because it also goes into the art bag that I bought, which is a baby book. In fact, I'll go get that really quickly. I'm just showing you Art in the Abbey. Amy has designed the poster for Art in the Abbey, Art for Therapy. And we had all the poppies around, so she drew the poppies. So I haven't given up on the windows, and I haven't given up on the drawing. It's just still got the silly headache. I'm going to have it for another 2 months. Yeah, okay then. But mustn't complain. Could be a lot worse. So bear with me 2 seconds. I'll go get this bag because I'm desperate to show this bag, but oh gosh, there's kittens everywhere. Just absolutely long. I bet you've gone back in your drawer, haven't you? Yeah, I don't really want you in my... Yeah, it is in the drawer. Why should you be on there now? Why should you be on there? There's people put... Crashed it out. So I was looking at art bags, and I've got all sorts of pencil bags and boxes and all sorts of other things. But I like this one, and I saw it and I thought, that looks really smart. Now, I haven't set it up as an art bag. I'm actually using it as a bag, but let me see if I can just move this carefully. Things don't fall off everywhere. So this is, and it was £20, and I just like the look of it. Now I bought mine second hand, but it was brand new. I think they're £29. But, oh gosh, let me see if I can just do this. And, oops. Oh my goodness me, how have I done that? Oh, sorry guys, bear with me a second. Right, so this, let's see if I can sit. So this is a MoFoot. It's a diaper bag, but it's waterproof. I love the zips. It has a handle that snaps together. I'll show this first. Let me see if I can just, oh guys, sorry. We'll try to sort out another camera as well for the new year, but so it has this, it's a typical baby bag. But I've got soups and things in it. I've got my iPad things. But you can put paintbrushes in here. At the moment, I've just got hand sanitizer, fresh breath thingies, nail file. There's a nail varnish in there, but I haven't been able to do my hands. That's where I've got some pens. Pens go in there. There's a little pouch here for the wet ones, the wet wipes. It also has this handle, which I love, are these two handles which come together. So you can lift it like this. Now, most bags that you have as a haversack or backpack, you don't have handles on. But the other thing it has, which go on the wheelchair or a pram, it has these connectors here. Now, I've just put this extra hook thing on. I can't remember why I did that. But these are Velcro, and so you can actually put it on the wheelchair or on a push-along trolley, which I have, a walker. It also has, and I have a large phone. I have quite a large phone. Oh, says she. I don't know where it is, but it fits in here. So it has a hidden pocket for your phone, then it has another zip at the back here. So you've got all that space for a really large phone. And then here we've got another bag, which I'm hoping is going to be one of those pens, drawing pens in. At this side, there's a hidden pocket, which I have a little bag in there. Oh, and I've got some Airwaves. When I've got my asthma, I use Airwaves because sometimes that's a lot easier. Sorry guys, on the floor. Something else in there as well, actually. Oh, some painkillers. Oh, it's the bag in here as well. You can get to it. But the water bottle fits here. But this is a phone charger. So I'm going to buy one of the power packs. And it sits inside. So when we now open it up in here, and I love these zips. And the best thing about this bag is it opens like this. So you can instantly see everything, which I love. Now, there's a lot of junk in here. There's the iPad, pencil. I can put the phone in there if I want. I've got a huge water bottle, and I've actually got my pen that goes in that one. Haven't decided what to use this yet for, but it would make a brilliant, brilliant pencil case, which comes with it. We've got zippy pockets, mesh pockets, but I just love the fact that this is kind of wired, it's hard, and it opens. The iPad goes in there quite well. There's another bag. So we've got pockets that go right to the bottom. I've got my keys on there. Sketchbook, which is why I was thinking hopefully in the bottom of there. It's humongous, is this bag. That is where the water bottle goes. And on this side, there's a zip here. And you attach your power pack in this pocket. So I'm going to get a big power pack so that I can be charging my phone up. And I just think that is the perfect disabled bag, shopping bag, any kind of art bag, and I love it. And of course the nicest thing is that my Derwent Folio A4, if I can do the zip one-handed, that goes in as well. So we can get tons in there. Now, I couldn't normally have a bag like this because I can't carry anything. But because I now have a wheelchair and a walker, but I love the fact it's really, really nice material. It's waterproof. I love the zips on it. It's quite nice to look at as well. I probably might stitch another motif over the top, but nobody's going to read that. It doesn't bother me. Absolutely love the zip. I love this handle here, this double handle. So you can pick it up as a bag. I haven't used it as a backpack because I've got really bad arthritis, but that's not going to particularly bother me. I use it, but you can get so much in it, and I love this wired, hard wired. So you open it and you can see in there, and you can get quite a lot in there. And I was looking for an art bag, and I love the really expensive ones, but you know, £100 odd, where this is 30. Brand new, I think they're 30 on Amazon. So I was dead chuffed with that, really was, absolutely love it. And so everything I buy now, I buy with an intention of putting it in this bag. So it's a forever bag. It carries medication, water, lunch. It will carry the phone charger, the iPad, and the drawing things that I'm using at the time. And again, I love the fact that it looks quite posh as well. It's well made, and I like that. Oh, hi, Dusty Ward. Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Anybody else popping in? Sorry, guys, what have I missed? Oh, my chat keeps disappearing. Oh, hi, Mika. Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Oh, gosh, my voice is getting higher and higher. Oh, I can't keep chat going. I don't know why. Oops, I don't know why. Thanks for joining back. Thanks for joining me, guys. So I love this bag. And then, of course, on the outside, if you have a normal size water bottle, you've got this pocket at this side and this one at this side as well. So I really, really, really loved it. And again, I just think it's going to last quite a while because it's well made as well. But I couldn't believe that it was waterproof. And it's quite smart. As again, sometimes art bags are practical, but they're not kind of smart. But this one is. But I just love the fact that, you know, because it's got this. Oh, sorry, guys. Take that off. I don't know why I put it on there because I thought I was going to put it on the wheelchair, but it's a hard wire all the way around, so when you open it, it's framed, so that's not going to shut. And I love that, because normally you will open a bag and you can't see in there at all. So again, and if you're drawing something or you want to get something in and out quick and just get on with it. So I've been using it, as I said, an ordinary bag, but again, if you have a pushchair, it will do us both. You can have a small pouch for you and the rest for the baby, but this goes on a pram or on a wheelchair or on a walker. And I just thought it was just really, really handy. I've just got the lowest sun coming out, guys, sorry. So it didn't bother me that it was for a baby thing. Sometimes you have to think outside the box and adapt things, and it would be good for just an ordinary backpack if you wanted to just put sandwiches in it on a sketchbook. Oh, here's my phone. It's quite a big phone. It's a Sony one. It's as big as your hand, so it's quite a big one, and that fits in there quite okay. So excuse me. Just bear with me a second. Oh dear. We've had to sell one of the boats because we're so ill. I don't think we're going to be going boating again. After 4 would be... I just have to ring hubby up. Oh, excuse me. Put it back down there. And then we'll carry on with the butterfly. See if I can bend that down a little bit, a bit better. That's a bit better. So if we've got any questions, guys, a bit bitty today, apologies. Just have to ring hubby up. I don't like ringing when he's driving, but... Oh, excuse me. It's all gone quiet. I think the kitties are asleep. Yes, they're all lolling. one missing? Is one missing? Hey, darling. He said he probably wouldn't be there by 3, but no, but just leave it in the office. It's fine. All right, darling. Okay, then. Bye. All right, then. Bye. Right. Yes, it's not always manic. And sometimes you can't always find all the kittens. Oops. So that's what they're doing at the minute. That's what they're doing at the minute. There's a T. I think that's a kitten, that's a kitten, that's a kitten, and that's a kitten. So we have a T of kittens, all laid out, fast asleep. So it's not always manic, but obviously when they start. Oh, sorry guys, throat's really bad today. So let's get back to our Inktense little watercolour set. So again, that's another little thing that would go in the front pouch with the sketchbook. I'm going to just use that little blue one there. You can take them out if you want. They're all in little individual pouches, but I just like the idea that, oh, I didn't wet the brush first, did I? There we go. Twist it to a point, and then you can pick a lot of colour up and have obviously that Inktense pencil, Inktense colour, but I like to just have, it's a watercolour effect, but it's not kind of light to dark as reality would have it. And again, of course, the Kirby's you can do that with. We don't have to think, well, the light butterfly, the pale would be at the top and the dark would be at the bottom. We don't have to do that. And again, that's the therapeutic side of colouring. We're not doing it to reality. It's not like the Harry Potter one that took 10 to 12 hours because I wanted it to look like photorealism. You know, that's not what colouring is really. If I'm going to spend that amount of time, I'll do a piece of artwork. But it was enjoyable to do, and I love using the pastels because, of course, you can't get sometimes over and over and over depth because we can't do that in a colour page unless you're using pencils, because we can't build up colour. But I kind of like that wing. One thing I must do though is do this side the same, because if I don't do it now, this has got that lovely light to dark. I'll forget the technique, I'll forget what I was doing. Although this is one of the easiest ones. I don't normally forget this because it's just touch and go and try to stay in the lines. And of course this number 1 Derwent brush just glides through. Sorry guys, we've gone from Christmas, now we've gone to Kirby, but that was it. Somebody said, how wonderful if Kirby brought a Christmas one out. Yeah, his baubles would have skulls on them, wouldn't they? He'd have cobwebs on the trees, and he'd have Christmasology. There we go, Christmasology. And again, it's not too difficult, this. It's still quite nice to do. It's not too taxing. You're not scrubbing. You're just gliding this paintbrush across. And again, no water. Even to dunk into water today and clean the brush, it would be too much energy for me. Could not do that today. But this, no washing of the brush, because you're taking all the paint out. Because you're taking it to almost nothing. And so that's going to give you that lovely effect. Now I'm drawing at a painting at a very silly angle, so probably likely to make some mistakes. Excuse me. Oh, hi Ellen, welcome to Bunny's Designs. Anybody else popping in? I'm in Photomorphia. I was in the Joanna Basford's. Oops. But I wanted to kind of finish. So again, we've gone from this beautiful soft colours from the palette that I was using, and I painted this, that one, on the ferry, and that was my first attempt playing with them. And that palette, which I've left on here, although it looks quite messy, it reconstitutes back into colour, and that's what I was using for the majority of this. So again, I love the fact that because they're very bright, you can get this watercolour effect. And again, same technique, dark going to light, dark going to light, exactly the same technique, just using slightly more pigment, picking up more pigment on the end of the brush. But wanted to work with the butterfly. And again, I love the fact that it's really versatile, so all I'm doing is just actually touching this and not using anything else, and taking it from dark to light. But again, this is what I find to be art therapy. I really can't concentrate to draw anything today. So this is just going to still be artistic, but it's been therapeutic. Instead of sitting there thinking, this hurts and that hurts, and then you just sit and do this. And this is what we'll be doing in the Abbey. I know my daughter wants me to teach art, which I will do, but this is for therapy. This is for people that just want to colour, and they want to be in a safe environment just to come and have a colour, cup of tea, have a natter, and socialise. And that's quite a big part of art for therapy. It's not always just going to do the art. It's having a natter, and knowing that there's other people out there that are going through the same thing as you. People use the same technique for different things. I designed this way of watercolouring because it was for people that can't use pencils. Because I can colour literally 12 hours. And some of you who've watched my long shows know that I can do that with this technique, because you're just stroking the page. All the bounce, all the pressure is in the tip of that brush. And of course, this brush is a water brush, so you don't have to empty it out. So if you were lifting your elbow out and washing your brush out, making some more colour and washing your brush out, every time you wash your brush out, you are throwing money away. And this tight Yorkshire lass knows that every scrap of colour that comes out of there, gets on that brush, is going on the page, and that's what we want. And it's easy, it's fairly quick, and it's not a masterpiece, but it's fine. It's not meant to be a masterpiece. You know, if I want to spend 50 or 60 hours on a painting, then it's gonna be good. But that's not what art therapy's for. That's not why I invented watercolouring. I invented watercolouring to get a beautiful watercolour soft effect with little damage to your hands. So there's no hard point of a pencil ricocheting stress back up into the wrist. This is just stroking a brush. And you're tapping and picking up colour and stroking a page. And again, yeah, it's not going to be absolutely perfect, but it's still enjoyable. Sorry guys, we've got this awful, awful thing. Oh, you're welcome guys. Thanks for stopping by. As I say, really not well today, but I thought I'd be able to do this. And again, if you've got a really bad headache, you don't really want to sit there thinking, I've got a headache. So it is, you're concentrating on something, but it's easy to think about it, if that makes any sense. If it was a real flower book, like the Botanical Gardens, you'd want to get it exact. If it's something that has a colour, I forgot the word, a colour sample, you might want to do it the exact colours. So you've got to think about colour mixing and about other things. This isn't about that. This is about picking a colour. And you might think, oh, I wish that I'd done blue. But oh, that's fine. And of course, I love the fact that we haven't spent a fortune. I love expensive art materials. You know, I've been collecting things for years. But I love the fact that this is within everybody's budget. The Derwent water brush and the set of colours here that, you know, you can make an orange, you can make a pink, you can make a pink red, you can make any colour you want with this set. And again, there's something quite nice about that. And it'll go in your pocket. And I've got all these beautiful shades of blue just from one. Not doing very well because I can't see very well on this side. But this is quite an intricate little thing, and if I was being a bit more careful, I certainly wouldn't be going over. It's just that I'm at a very odd angle. My hands are a bit shaky today. So apologies of horrible, horrible nails. My daughter's not been able to do them today. And we've got some beautiful, soft, pale blues there, and a kind of a rich colour in the inside as well. And it doesn't take long. That's the other thing. And it's clean. You know, you can do this on a cushion tray. Often I have this in the car on a cushion tray. I take this on the train. I do it in the hospital when I'm waiting. And you just snap it shut and it's away. Put the lid on, pop it in your bag, and you're off. So we all want things that are kind of easy to use. They're clean to use. This is how I did, I sat with hubby when he was on the stroke ward. When he'd had a stroke, I was just sitting doing this. Silent. There's no pencils rattling. No pen tops. And I actually did it one-handed. I did the rose page one-handed with the number 1 brush. Because I was holding his hand with my other hand. And obviously we didn't know what was going on. And that's when I really, truly believed this was art for therapy. Because I was very calm. And we were hours in the hospital. Hours. And I just sat and just did this and held his hand. Because obviously he was frightened, but he couldn't sleep, couldn't think. was a little bit confused. But he knew who I was, so that was good. And my daughter came with us. And she sat and drew as well. She just sat and drew at the end of the bed, and I just sat in the wheelchair and held his hand. And I can't tell you how awesome that was. And it makes me cry every time I think about it. But it really takes an extremely stressful, horrible situation and completely dissolves it, which was better for hubby, it was better for me, it was better for my daughter, and it was silent. So, and there was no mess. I actually used my little book of watercolours. I didn't use this, but I would have used this. I used my little book of watercolours, which is here. And I just used 2 colours, the ones that have been used the most and my favourite. And I think I have the said book, and it is one of my favourite pages, even though my husband was having a stroke at the time. It is still one of my favourite pages. I just bought Mythomorphia, and if anybody knows me, the one thing I didn't like was the creatures. And this is the page I did one-handed, and it was one of my favourite pages. And the nurses were coming up, they couldn't believe it either, because it kept us, everybody really calm. And it just was so easy to do. It really was so easy to do. And it's a beautiful page, and yet all I was doing was picking up colour and going dark and somewhere else, then somewhere else, then somewhere else, then somewhere else. And every time I came back, it was paler. So each rose is dark, is moving about, but it's the same technique. Picking up the colour, doing a dark bit, then going somewhere else, then going somewhere else. And then by the time you get back to the original, it's the lightest. I think there's a video on that somewhere. So it's very similar to this way. And the Inktense are light fast, and they actually work in the same way, if that makes any sense at all. Oh, excuse me guys, I've got this horrible, horrible cold. It's all quiet on the Western Front, so I think the babbies are asleep. Hubby's made me a cup of tea, bless him. Has anybody got any questions? I'll just have a look at chat. It keeps disappearing. So I like the idea that people aren't going out buying hundreds and hundreds of pencils and things. Oh dear, my battery's going to die. Ah, that's not good. I don't know why it's going to do that. I may not have long, guys. I may not have long. But it is quite a long video, this one. But I'll... again, just picking up a little colour and colouring round. So, what have we got next? We've got the greens. I don't normally like the, I shouldn't say this, but the teal, it's not my favourite colour. I like the racing green, that's quite a nice green, but it is quite dark. So you can either have a little bit of a play, or the other thing we can do is you can start at the bottom here, where you know it's going to be quite dark, and then take it up a little bit here. It's a bit dark, I should have used the other green, but it'll be fine. So we've got the dark leaf, but by the time we've very carefully teased it, we have a watercolour effect. And you can do a practice page, but it's not long before you realise how much you need to pick up and how much, I mean, it is a speck. That's all it is a speck of colour. We'll do that on pale. Just got to remember to use the same green, that's obviously quite important. So again, we've got quite a nice effect in there. And again, if you have a bigger space, just do two dabs and look how really dark that is. It's really dark, that leaf, and then it's going to go pale to have the highlight right on the end. So that was 2 dabs for that size. So if we go to here, it's quite dark. The only thing you can't do is stop, really. Because if you stop, you get a line, because they're very, very intense, these. But again, I actually think they're going to work quite well with the Kirby's when you do that. That can be pale, that can be a paler one. So again, this is the technique. You go around with the pale on, and you're not wasting any. So again, get back to dark. 2 dabs is the very dark. So if we do 2 dabs, that one's going to look like it's behind the other one. Of course, this is exactly what we want. And then that's just so pale. So we've got a little bit of interest going on there. And that was very, very simple. Oh, we've got an avalanche. I like the skull. I'm tempted. Again, I've got to remember to clean the brush, because that was quite a dark green, is that? I'm going to put this red here. I was going to do them a different colour, but I'm kind of tempted to do it red. So we've got that really rich red in there. And again, the other thing about the Kirby one is really does, you see, that's a different colour. So if I now go to this one and this one, when I do that last one, I have a beautiful highlight. Sorry guys, you missed that, I'll do it again. So we touch the red, and we start where it's dark. And then we'll go that way. And then when we go back there, that's the palest. We've got highlights. Might make that just that little bit darker. That. So wants to be full strength, and then this one's paler, and it's a really easy thing to do. So you know, if you want, you can get all your paints out and have a really good, make beautiful pages. But for therapy and for if you're not very well, this is a really lovely way to just be creative, and it's very simple. Now normally I wouldn't do this with the elbow because it's hurting. Normally my paints would be here, so I'd be just kind of doing this, but obviously because I'm on a slant, everything's a bit. And of course what we can do with this is darken that one up, colour that one, and then when we go to this, it's paler. We've got a nice little highlight there. And again, the darkest. And again, the wonderful thing about the Kirby one is he does the cross-hatching for you, so we know where everything is. And that's paler. And then go back, and that's going to be even paler. So we've got a bit of a highlight effect. Even though we've not thought about light coming from one direction, we've not thought about anything. All we've done is touched and coloured. And that's why I invented watercolouring. It's still very pretty. I love it. It's easy, it's quick, it's clean, and I absolutely love it. And it's not very expensive, which again is another big thing for me. So I may have to go, guys, because one is the voice isn't doing very well. I'm just going to go in the orange, and I'm going to just do this orangey one here. I think I'd like to do that an orange colour. So again, I've got the full orange here, and that one. This is the rose technique I used. Go to that one, go to that one. And then when you come back to this one, you've got the palest. So that's exactly how I did the rose. Dark, then went somewhere else, came back. And if that was a smaller amount, I'd go somewhere else to the other flower, then I'd come back. And it doesn't take long before you can judge what colour's on your brush. And I love the fact that you can give this to children, you can give these to OAPs, you can give these to the disabled. You know, they're going to drop a brush with the tiniest little bit of paint on the end. It's not going to do any damage. The kids can scribble all over one of these. It's not very expensive, but they're being creative. Whereas I don't remember with the kids with mine with pots of paint, it used to drive me insane, spilling things. So I hope you found that interesting, guys. I think the iPad is not charging. I'm not very happy because my iPad charger has stopped working. And that's not something you really want to happen when you pay that amount of money for something. So I'm not a happy bunny, have to say. And that yellow is going to look really good with that green. So it's really very quick. I've done probably a quarter of that page, and it's quite a difficult page when you look at it. So I've done quite a lot. So thanks, guys, for stopping by. I'll try and get back, but I've got a funny feeling that my iPad won't charge. And I'm just too ill to go to the shop. So have a wonderful day. I hope everybody... And the sun's just going to get a silly thing. So we've done that. Oops, we've done that one as well, which I really liked. So that was my Christmassy one. But I love the technique in the Kirby one. Again, it's so easy. And because we've got the cross-hatching, it just you start where the cross-hatching is, and then you don't have to worry about anything else. So again, that makes it really, really easy. And I do like these colours. I try and get the video up. I was on the ferry, so all this noise of people walking past while I'm doing it. So I'm trying to get that. There's 2 videos. I don't think I managed to get them up yet. But I love the colours. So you can have, the pale colours. You can have strong colours, and then you can mix them as well, and have muted colours, and work from what I would call a dirty palette. And for £20, I think that is actually quite spectacular, especially with the little water brush as well. So I'm a bit of a Derwent nut. So thanks, guys. Have a wonderful afternoon. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get back, but I will try, darling. So everybody have a wonderful day. Oh, bye, darling. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, my chat keeps disappearing. Don't know why it's doing this. Bless it. I'm not used to this iPad yet. So thanks, guys. Have a wonderful afternoon. And I'll try to get another charger. I'll ask my daughter if I can borrow her charger. But if I don't see you, I shall try and get a couple of videos up of how I did that one. Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful afternoon.